This is a complete audiobook reading of Edgar Cayce's On Atlantis, published in 1968. Introduction. Should an engineer jeopardize his professional reputation, invite his friends' scorn, and risk public ridicule by writing a book supporting the legend of Atlantis? The answer is probably no, unless he happened to have been on speaking terms with Edgar Cayce and familiar with his work, particularly his life readings. I was on speaking terms with Edgar Cayce from my birth in 1918 until his death in 1945. He was my father. Furthermore, I have spent a great deal of time studying the records he left, especially the set of life readings concerning Atlantis. First, I should like to summarize the legend of Atlantis and introduce the reader to the Edgar Cayce life readings and the theory of reincarnation. Only then will be possible to understand the fantastic ideas and events depicted in the amazing Atlantis documents. The information from these readings has been arranged to the best of my ability in chronological order. Books, encyclopedias, and newspapers have been scanned for discoveries that seem to confirm statements made by Edgar Cayce. Finally, the reader is presented with a summary of the information, together with my opinion of its importance to him in particular and to America in general. There are good, perhaps imperative, reasons why these data should be seriously considered. Let us turn now to the legend of Atlantis and the arguments for and against its existence. Chapter 1. The Legend of Atlantis. Atlantis believed discovered but in Aegean, not Atlantic. So said a headline in the Norfolk Ledger-Star, July 19, 1967. The same story appeared on the same date in the New York Times under the headline, Minoan City, found after 3,400 years, is linked to Atlantis. Both stories refer to the discovery of a Minoan city buried under 30 feet of volcanic ash on the island of Thera in the Aegean Sea. In charge of the excavations were Dr. James W. Mavor of the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute and Mrs. Emily Vermeule, professor of art and Greek at Wellesley College. Mavor and Mrs. Vermeule link their discovery with Atlantis because there is evidence that it was an advanced civilization and because it came to a sudden violent end. Notice both headlines. The news value of this story is not so much the discovery, practically intact, of a city that flourished about 1500 BC, but its possible connection with fabled Atlantis. This is the most recent attempt to rationalize the Atlantis legend by changing its location and date. The oldest known mention of Atlantis is found in two of Plato's dialogues, Timaeus and Critias, which date in the 5th century BC. Plato introduces Atlantis in a conversation between Solon and certain Egyptian priests at Sais as a large island in the Atlantic, which sank in a volcanic catastrophe some 9,000 years previously. Since Plato's time, there have been hundreds of books and articles written about Atlantis, most of these in the last 200 years. Some try to show that Plato's story of Atlantis was not only possible, but probable. Others try to prove Atlantis a myth, or else rationalize the story by associating Atlantis with some locality other than the mid-Atlantic and changing the date to a more recent figure. A large portion of the Atlantis literature resides in the voluminous works of occultists of one variety or another and the unorganized products of eccentrics. It is the attention given to the Atlantis legend by pseudoscientists and cultists that causes legitimate scientists to avoid even discussing the subject. Several medieval writers refer to this legendary land, but probably the best-known and most popular book on Atlantis is Ignatius Donnelly's Atlantis, the Antediluvian World. First published in 1882, it was revised and edited by Edgar Cayce in 1949. No book published before or since has accumulated such a mass of geological, archaeological, and legendary material, nor presented so many ingenious and eloquent arguments in support of the legend of Atlantis. Donnelly's arguments are based largely on evidence of similarities between the culture of ancient Egypt and the Indian cultures of Central and South America. On both sides of the Atlantic, one finds the use of a 365-day calendar, the practice of embalming, the building of pyramids, legends of a flood, etc. Donnelly argues that both the ancient Egyptian and American Indian cultures originated in Atlantis and spread east and west when Atlantis was destroyed. An Atlantean heritage, Donnelly suggests, would explain the fact that the Basques of the Spanish Pyrenees differ from all their neighbors in appearance and language. The Basque tongue is the only non-Aryan tongue of Western Europe. Lincoln Library, Volume I, page 416. Similarly, the Canary Islanders bear little resemblance to any African group and practice mummification of their dead. Donnelly says Spain, Portugal, and the Canary Islands would be likely landing spots for refugees from sinking Atlantis. He compares the names of cities of Asia Minor and those of Central America, cities which were already named when the first European explorers arrived. Asia Minor, Central America. Chalchola, Koloa Kan, Zuivena Zuivan, Cholina Colina, Zalissa Jolasco. Such similarities, Donnelly says, are too much to ascribe to coincidence. Altogether, Donnelly lists 626 reference sources. In spite of the flaws critics have found in his reasoning, he is accused of reasoning from a molecule of fact to a mountain of surmise. His was a monumental effort. His arguments make interesting reading even today, and a worthwhile project might be undertaken using modern techniques to sift fact from speculations in his intriguing book. Edgar Cayce, an Atlantean scholar who probably has the world's largest collection of literature concerning Atlantis, says there are actually thousands of books and articles on the subject, dating from Plato to modem times. However, few writers have much to add to Donnelly's arguments. An article supporting the possibility of Atlantis appeared in the November 1948 issue of Science Digest. This article, originally published in the Technical Engineering News of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in June 1948, reviews the best of Donnelly's arguments for the likelihood of a sunken island continent. It discusses the existence of terrain features on the ocean floor approximating those on land, i.e., mountains, valleys, plains, with trenches and holes resembling rivers and lakes. Of interest is the fact that only a relatively small warping of the Earth's crust could cause considerable portions of the ocean floor to rise above water and other land features to subside. Possible evidence that this has occurred in the past is detailed in this article. In 1898, the crew of a ship employed in laying submarine cable near the Azores was trying to locate with grappling hooks a cable they had lost in water about 2 miles deep. The jagged, rocky nature of the ocean bottom there presented difficulties, and the grappling instruments had to be frequently cleaned of bits of matter. Here, I quote from the article, "These particles of matter were found, on microscopic examination, to be lava which must have solidified in the open atmosphere because of its vitreous structure. Lava which solidifies underwater assumes a crystalline structure, since lava decomposes considerably in 500 years. The area below must have been above the water within that period. There is other more recent evidence for the former existence of land in the Atlantic." An article by R.W. Colby in 1957 reports the investigation of a deep-sea core taken from a depth of 2 miles on part of the mid-Atlantic submarine ridge. His find of exclusively freshwater plants in portions of the sedimentary materials offers evidence that this portion of the ridge was once above sea level. Mellis, in 1958, in a study of the genesis of the deep-sea sands in the Atlantic Ocean, indicates that the sands of the Romanche Deep probably originated from weathering of parts of the mid-Atlantic ridge that once projected above the sea's surface. And in a 1959 military engineer report, we find that during hydrographic surveys by the U.S. Coast and Geodetic Survey, sinkholes as large as 1/2 mile in diameter and 500 feet deep were discovered in the Straits of Florida, 14 miles offshore from the Florida Keys, where the ocean is 900 feet deep. They are presumed to have been freshwater lakes in an area which subsided. One of the best technical arguments for the existence of Atlantis is to be found in Ocean Bottom Investigations and Their Bearings on Geology by René Mélez. This article appeared in Geoalgiska Fornigens I Stockholm for Handlinglar. Mélez argues that many of the terrain features of the mid-Atlantic ridge area, particularly the canyons on the ocean floor, could not have been cut by undersea turbidity currents, but must have been formed when the present seafloor was once above the surface. He discusses ocean currents and their effect on the ice that once covered Europe and America 10 to 12,000 years ago. His article also contains drawings comparing flint points found in Sandia Cave, New Mexico, with Solutrean points from Morocco and France. The similarity of these flint points indicates a common origin, since they are estimated to be 25,000 years old. Mélez thinks their users may have spread east and west from Atlantis. Still, none of these observations prove that Atlantis existed. At best, they offer evidence that large portions of the bottom of the Atlantic were above the surface in the not-too-distant past. From time to time, a newspaper or magazine will carry an article or a statement quoting some authority as for or against the Atlantis legend. For example, the San Luis Mercury of July 17, 1958, quoted a Soviet physicist and mathematician, Professor N. Ledner, as saying he had spent 20 years studying the legends of Atlantis and was convinced that ancient historical documents and cultural monuments, together with recent scientific discoveries, show that such an island continent truly existed. Yet, in spite of the efforts of writers such as Donnelly, Mélez, and others to amass and connect archaeological, geological, and legendary material in support of the Atlantis legend, there is no scientific proof of the existence of Atlantis. Recognized remains of its culture and inhabitants are lacking. Myths and legends from the past, together with Plato's story, do survive to remind mankind of the bygone era. Some credible evidence is available to offer the possibility that it might have been, but no evidence has been uncovered to prove beyond doubt that it was. This does not mean that such evidence will never be discovered, but until it is, Atlantis is likely to remain a myth in scientific circles. What of the other side of the coin? Is there scientific proof that Atlantis never existed? Actually, the greatest argument against the existence of Atlantis is the lack of any explicit proof for its existence. Most geologists concur with the concept of uniformitarianism, which implies relatively gradual change. They do not believe that any catastrophic events, such as would cause the sinking of a continent, have occurred in the recent past, the last 10 to 20,000 years. Some evidence is accumulating for definite, possibly drastic climatic changes 11 to 13,000 years ago, but authorities are not in agreement concerning possible accompanying Earth changes. The uniformitarian attitude is aptly expressed by Elizabeth Chesley Beatty in her very readable book, America Before Man. Referring to the legend of Atlantis, she says, "It is not surprising that very little satisfactory evidence has been found, since Atlantis, if it ever existed at all, disappeared long before the memory of mankind, and at the rate normal movements of land take place, it would have required millions of years for so large an island to subside into the depths of the sea." You have only to read the chapter on Atlantis and Lemuria in Martin Gardner's book, In the Name of Science, paperback edition retitled Fads and Fallacies, to see why most scientists shy away from the subject. This chapter is full of shrewd, sarcastic comments on the theory of Atlantis and those who have written about it, Gardner's main arguments against the existence of Atlantis boil down to the fact that no reliable evidence, geological or archaeological, supports it. Other writers have attacked the Atlantis story from different angles. E. Bjorkman, in his search for Atlantis, drew upon material from the Bible, the Odyssey, and the writings of Herodotus, a Greek historian, in an effort to link Atlantis to an ancient Spanish or Portuguese city. In Lands Beyond, L. Sprague de Camp and Willie Ley attack Plato's credibility through his contemporaries, but fail to reach positive conclusions, and end a chapter with this statement: just what Plato had in mind when he spoke of the Atlantic Ocean and the continent beyond is not quite clear to this day. Even scientists in widely separated fields have felt compelled to make statements relegating Atlantis to the myth category. The 1936 spring issue of The American Scholar carried an article by E. D. Merry, a domesticative bored fossil hunter, both from the community Harvard University and likely of old between previous domestic plants and animals, in which he attempts by scientific argument to deny the possibility of Atlantis. He tries to show that there is no philological relationship between American and Mediterranean languages and no common domestic plants and animals in Mexico and the Mediterranean. His theme is that the development of agriculture in America paralleled that of the Old World, but with a different series of plants. He says that most cereals, along with temperate zone vegetables and fruits, are of Eurasian origin, while most American species are of tropical or semi-tropical origin. He presents an impressive list of fruits and vegetables of the Old and New Worlds respectively. He argues that man entered America from Asia, and that the high civilizations of Central and South America were developed without the influence of Atlantis and without intercourse with Europe and Asia. Marrow that not a single common cultivated food plant or domesticated animal except the dog appeared in both hemispheres until after 1492. This view, however, of non-communication between Europe and America prior to Columbus is not shared by all scientists. T.S. Ferguson, archaeologist and author, in his book One Fold and One Shepherd, presents an imposing array of facts to show similarities between the culture of the Middle East and that of Central America. The illustrations comparing seals, pottery designs, and architecture are convincing. In addition, he lists 298 items of common culture. Admittedly, ideas and designs of a similar or even identical nature may originate quite independently in different parts of the world, but as one reads Ferguson's list of the number of different items and practices common to both the Old and the New Worlds, the possibility that all of these originated independently in both hemispheres seems rather remote. Pages 22 and 23 of Ferguson's book contain an illustration of a seal dug up at Chiapa de Corzo in Mexico. Ferguson then quotes from a letter of Dr. Albright of Johns Hopkins the statement that the seal contains several clearly recognizable Egyptian hieroglyphs. On pages 49 to 52, Ferguson quotes Dr. George F. Carter, also of Johns Hopkins, as saying, "Some plants positively were pre-Columbian in the Old World and the New World. There is a formidable list of plants, most of them related to the Middle American, Southeast Asian areas that range all the way from probable to possible cultural transfers. The long-held doctrine of the absolute separation of Old and New World agriculture is no longer tenable. The plant evidence should be re-examined without bias." Such statements, while they do not prove that Atlantis existed, indicate that there are certainly questions in the minds of scientists as to the origin of the high civilizations in South and Central America, and disagreements over the question of early plant domestication. The contemporary view is summarized in a beautifully illustrated book, Ancient Arts of the Andes by W. C. Bennett, sponsored by the Museum of Modern Art, New York, the Minneapolis Institute of Arts, and the California Palace of the Legion of Honor. Bennett makes this comment: "The problem of the migration of the earliest inhabitants of South America is a fascinating and puzzling one, but hardly more so than that of the origin of the high civilization of the Andes. This involves the question of plant domestication, and as yet, the centers where the New World plants were first domesticated is far from established. In the April 1949 issue of Science Digest, another scientist in a different field, Dr. Maurice Ewing of Columbia University, has a short article entitled Lost Continent called Myth. Dr. Ewing is quoted as saying he has mapped, probed, sounded, and visited the ocean depths since 1935. He took undersea photographs as deep as 1/800 feet. His search was concentrated along the Atlantic Ridge running from Iceland to Antarctica. At first glance, this might be taken as proof against Atlantis' ever having existed, but a moment's reflection shows otherwise. Suppose the United States were racked with earthquakes and volcanic action for a few months or years. Our cities collapse in rubble and are then buried under layers of ash and lava. Immense tidal waves sweep over the land, scattering and destroying any remaining structures and all evidence of man's handiwork. Finally, the whole land settles under the ocean, and for 13,000 years, tidal currents scatter and ocean sediment covers any residue of our civilization. In the year 1, 4, 9, 6, 7, someone takes a picture of a few square feet of the ocean bottom or drills a 4-inch hole in the seafloor. Do you think he will see any cities or core into an automobile, airplane, or power plant? The chances are against it, but he would doubtless feel justified in concluding that America never existed. The 1953 issue of the Atlantic Monthly carried an article by Robert Graves called What Happened to Atlantis? Graves turns his attention to Greek myths and tries to show that the myth of Atlantis arose from the confusion of a Libyan disaster with the glory and demise of the civilization of Crete. He says that the Cretans converted a small island, Pharos, near the mouth of the Nile into a port which was one of the wonders of the world. The spectacular sinking of this island, shortly after the destruction of Knossos, a principal city of the Minoan in Crete, was united in legend with the traditions of a flood that caused the destruction of the Libyan people in Lake Tritons, at one time a huge inland sea which today has shrunk to the Mareth salt marshes. These stories were handed down by the priests of Cayce to Solon, who embroidered the legends, thus creating our idea of Atlantis. However, the dates of the disasters cited by Graves are so much more recent than the date ascribed by Plato to the Atlantis cataclysm that one finally feels Graves's article, interesting though it is as full of speculation as any of Donnelly's arguments. One of the most recent arguments against the possibility of a mid-Atlantic continent appeared in the October 21, 1961 issue of the Saturday Evening Post. In an article called The Spreading Ocean Floor, Dr. Robert S. Dietz advances a theory concerning the composition of the Earth's crust and of a spreading ocean floor, which he says would seem to preclude the existence of Atlantis. If, as he says, however, the continents are only moving apart an inch or so a year, there would have been little change in the last 10 to 15,000 years. Dr. Dietz is a respected oceanographer, but his theory may be only partially true. At any rate, allowing for drastic Earth changes, there is sufficient time in the timescale of Earth's history to slip in a continent or two in the oceans. Finally, we seem to be going around in circles. The harder one tries to solve the problem of Atlantis, the clearer it seems to become that no solution is possible. There is no convincing proof one way or the other in current literature. Until some written records of its history other than Plato's are discovered, or until some conclusive proof of its never having existed is derived, Atlantis is likely to remain a puzzle. How is the legend of Atlantis connected with the Edgar Cayce life readings? As a matter of fact, unless proof of the existence of Atlantis is one day discovered, Edgar Cayce is in a very unenviable position. On the other hand, if he proves accurate on this score, he may become as famous an archaeologist or historian as he was a medical clairvoyant. The 2,500 life readings on file were given for approximately 1,600 different people. About 700 of these people had incarnations in Atlantis that influenced their present lives, almost 50% of those who received life readings. However, Edgar Cayce did not mention every incarnation for each individual, only those incarnations that would influence them most in their current life, and those experiences that might be most helpful. It is not impossible, therefore, that almost everyone living today was in Atlantis at one time or another. The amazing thing about this particular set of life readings is their internal consistency. Although given for hundreds of different people over a period of 21 years, 1923 to 1944, they may be pieced together to form a coherent, non-contradictory series of events. Individual abilities and weaknesses are reflected in successive lives. When many entities who have lived together at one period of time again reincarnate in another era, group or national tendencies become apparent. According to the Edgar Cayce readings, many individual souls or entities who had one or more incarnations in Atlantis are reincarnating in the Earth in this century, particularly in America. Along with technological abilities, they bring tendencies for being extremists. Often they exhibit individual and group karma associated with selfishness and exploitation where others are concerned. Many of them lived during one of the periods of destruction or geological change in Atlantean history. If Edgar Cayce's prophecies are correct, a similar period of Earth changes is imminent. Unfortunately, few questions were asked about dates, and seldom was this information volunteered. Only a few life readings give definite dates of occurrences in Atlantis. However, by correlating names and events in these with those in the undated ones, we arrive at a view, admittedly hazy and incomplete in spots, extending far back into the unrecorded history of mankind. Instead of a continent destroyed in a singed day, as related by Plato, we get glimpses of man's activity in a land wrecked by at least 3 major upheavals at widely separated times. There are statements, which we shall examine in detail, that many changes have occurred in land areas, some having sunk, risen, and sunk again from the earliest dates mentioned, millions of years ago, to the present. There are some indications of disturbances about 500 BC. Another upheaval seems to have taken place at about 2800 BC, at which time the continent was split into islands, while the final destruction of the remaining islands took place about 1000 BC. It is this last destruction, I think, that Plato describes in his writings. Each period of destruction lasted months or years rather than days. In each case, there was sufficient warning so that many of the inhabitants escaped to Europe, Africa, and the Americas. Thus, according to the Edgar Cayce readings, both of the Americas and portions of Europe have felt the influx of Atlanteans more than once in the unrecorded past. Why does Edgar Cayce say that Atlantean incarnations exert so much influence on individuals, particularly in our time? He answers this question in a general reading given to provide material for a lecture on Atlantis. Be it true that there is the fact of reincarnation, and that souls that once occupied such an environment in Atlantis are entering the Earth's sphere and inhabiting individuals in the present, is it any wonder that if they made such alterations in the affairs of the Earth in their day as to bring destruction upon themselves, if they are entering now, they might make many changes in the affairs of peoples and individuals in the present. When we look at individuals who seem to have once been citizens of a country strikingly similar to 20th century America, we often may recognize personal as well as national faults. This is the first step toward salvation, as is illustrated in the parable of the prodigal son. Faults once recognized may be corrected, and America may yet be spared the fate that overtook Atlantis. At least some individuals may be able to change, as Robert Dunbar did, and lead a creative rather than a destructive life. What kind of nonsense is this? Is there any basis for such ideas other than in the imagination of Edgar Cayce? Let us turn first to the source of the information and then see how it holds up in the light of recent discoveries. If it does, we will be able to look at the future through the mind of a psychic and try to glimpse our dubious destiny. Chapter 2. Life Readings and Reincarnation. Part 1. Robert Dunbar's parents listened in amazement to their 9-year-old son. Robert's face glowed with excitement and enthusiasm as he began to recount at dinner the results of his first afternoon's experiments with his new chemistry set. He had already performed practically all of the experiments outlined in the manual. His conversation was full of technical terms and the newfound thrill putting various chemicals together. He was especially excited as he described how, with just a few more ingredients, he would be able to make gunpowder and thus create his own firecrackers and other fireworks to celebrate New Year's Eve. The chemistry set had really been an experiment, for the parents were beginning to explore suggestions made in Edgar Cayce's life reading for Robert. This experiment was to lead the Dunbars into a new understanding of psychic perception and open for them the door into a whole new world of the theory of reincarnation and karmic urges from previous lives. Robert had seemed merely a bright little boy until they began to see him through the eyes of this reading. Now many of his talents, tendencies, and abilities began to form a new portrait. William Dunbar remembered the day of his son Robert's life reading and the funny sensation he felt when Edgar Cayce, speaking from a sleep-like state, charged him and Elizabeth with a grave responsibility in rearing the child. The reading described Robert's past lives in Germany, India, Egypt, and the legendary country of Atlantis. In Germany, he was associated with an application of steam to move objects. In India, he developed a combination of chemicals that produced explosives, which were used against enemy tribes. References were made to electrical and mechanical work done with mathematical precision in other incarnations. The warning words of the reading rang again in his ears. For we find the abilities of this entity especially beyond the ordinary, hence the necessity of directing in the proper channels, that the world, the peoples, the nations may gain that advantage of the abilities of the entity. For, turned in the wrong channels, may become warnings to many that though they gain the whole world and lose their own soul, what has been gained? This enthusiasm with the chemical set and the immediate attempt to make explosives was the first sign of the accuracy of Edgar Cayce's description of Robert Dunbar, but by no means the last. At an early age, Robert developed an interest in cars and all mechanical apparatus. In high school, he became interested in electricity. Encouraged by his parents, he went on to earn a degree in electrical engineering. He became interested in his life, reading himself, and referred to it more than once during World War II when he had decisions to make. Electrical engineers were sought for all kinds of assignments during the war years. Some involved defense installations, others ways of dealing greater death and destruction to the enemy. Robert moved toward radar work when Rommel's troops were overrunning Africa and an invasion of South America seemed imminent. Robert was busily supervising the installation of a radar network in the West Indies to protect the Panama Canal and the Trinidad oil fields. At the war's end, there were again choices to be made, and these decisions were not always easy. In the fall of 1945, Robert wrote the following letter to his parents. Dear Mom and Dad, today I had to make another choice, and I hope you will think I did the right thing. The Colonel assembled all of us who are working here at the lab. You know I now have enough points to go back to civilian life, but they are pushing hard to keep officers in the reserve. There is a chance to stay in the Army at my present rank with good chances of promotion, so the Colonel says, and transfer to Wright-Patterson Field in Dayton, Ohio. The work is secret, but I think it has something to do with missiles. Some of the captured German scientists will be there, and I am sure it won't be long before they tie that in with the atomic bomb. A country with such a weapon would be invincible. You know how I feel about the army, but there is another possibility. They are offering good civil service jobs to those with military electronics experience. It would be similar work, but as a civilian. This is much more appealing to me than the military deal, and the pay is almost twice that of my old civilian electric power company job. The catch is the work is on destructive equipment, missiles and bombs. I read my reading over again, and it is funny. Lo, I was sent to the Caribbean, near where Edgar Cayce said I once lived, and where records may someday be discovered of Atlantis. This time, I felt my work was constructive, not destructive. That is why today I decided against going into the missile program either as an officer or civilian. I hate turning down the good pay, and a lot of my friends are going. I think I'm crazy to go back to an electric utility job, and maybe I am, but at least it seems to be more constructive work. I am sure there will be a big demand for electric service once all the priorities are off and people start living like human beings again. I hope you both will think I made the right decision. Love, Robert. Since the war, things seem to have gone well for Robert. He hasn't gotten rich, but he has a beautiful wife, 2 fine children, his health, and a comfortable living. I know Robert pretty well since he is active in ARE affairs, and once I asked him if he ever regretted not going on to higher pay and possible fame in another field. He smiled and said, "I've thought of it sometimes, but you know, most of the things I want I already have." I suppose few people today are happier than Robert Dunbar. Contrast this story of constructive application of the readings with that of another young man. At the time of his first reading, he was in college. The parallel between him and Robert was such that they might have been friends in Atlantis. Here was another individual with great scientific ability. Electrical and mechanical work was again suggested, and again there were the STEM warnings that his abilities should be directed in constructive channels. The extracts from this reading have been paraphrased slightly for clarity. The reading opened by saying that many individuals of unusual abilities, both for good and bad, were being incarnated in the earth at this time. 191019111. Mental ability, particularly, was listed as a characteristic of this person, and the reading suggested research as an appropriate career. He was warned about his Atlantean incarnation, where he had used his scientific ability for selfish purposes, impelling people to submit to another's will. His reading said that if his abilities were turned to constructive purposes, many would bless or praise him, but if turned to destructive or selfish purposes, many will rue their association with the entity. This young man, whom we shall call Tom, ignored the need for constructive use of his talents. He was quickly successful in the electronics field. The work seemed to come to him naturally. Tom became the director of a large electronics concern that made rangefinders for battleships. He was a pioneer in the development of a number of electronic devices involved in explosives and destructive equipment. During the war, Tom made a great deal of money, but it brought him restlessness and confusion rather than peace and happiness. His problems cost him his fortune and his marriage. He had what amounted to a nervous breakdown. It was only after he turned to work in a more constructive area, specifically the production of extremely good electronic equipment for the entertainment field, that he regained his emotional balance and led a happier life. According to Edgar Cayce, here were 2 individuals with very similar urges and abilities in the electronic and mechanical fields, acquired from an ancient incarnation in Atlantis. Each had choices to make. One moved in a constructive direction, the other, temporarily, in a destructive one. The former found fulfillment and peace, the latter, discord, confusion, and unhappiness. According to Edgar Cayce's readings, this sort of thing is happening on a grand scale. Hundreds and thousands of people are being reincarnated now who carry urges from the once highly technical civilization of Atlantis. The problems they had then, selfishness, slavery, and destruction, are being recreated like unfinished business to plague them again. These individuals are often extremists with innate capacity for great good or great evil. How they meet their karma may well determine the future of our civilization. Part 2. Third appearance in this plane. He was once a monk. According to Gladys Davis Turner, the stenographer who transcribed most of Edgar Cayce's readings, this cryptic remark is Cayce's first reference to reincarnation. When it was read to him after he awakened from his self-induced sleep, I am sure it was as much a shock to him as it was to the man for whom the reading was given. This man, who had secured physical readings for his nieces, was interested in metaphysical subjects, especially astrology. He had persuaded Edgar Cayce to try giving him a horoscope. Between October 11, 1923, and his death on January 3, 1945, Edgar Cayce gave approximately 2,500 readings dealing with past lives in the earth and their influence on the subject's present life. These life readings indicate that the will of the individual, together with influences from past incarnations, affect a person's present life much more than any astrological influences. Life readings generally deal with psychological problems and are most useful in vocational guidance in human relations. Deep-seated fears, mental blocks, vocational talents, and marriage difficulties are just a few of the problems explained by what Edgar Cayce called karmic patterns arising out of previous lives spent by an individual soul on this earth. Karma, as he saw it, was a universal law of cause and effect, which provides the soul with opportunities for physical, mental, and spiritual growth. Each soul, called an entity by Cayce as it re-enters the earth plane as a human being, has subconscious access to the characteristics, mental capacities, and skills it has accumulated in previous lives. However, the entity must also combat the influence of lives in which such negative emotions as hate, fear, cruelty, and greed delayed its progress. Thus, the soul is to make use of its successive rebirths to balance the positive and negative karmic patterns by subduing selfish impulses and encouraging creative ones. This leads to one of Cayce's most provocative concepts, the reasons for apparently needless suffering. For instance, one woman wrote, "I have lived most of my life by knowing that the power of God would keep me alive and active. At present, I am taking sulfur baths and massage to try to get well. Right ear and eustachian tube collapsed. Lower colon, stretched very large and small passage. Tired all the time. Use of arms slows my heart action and I become exhausted standing on my feet very long. Nerves down my legs hurt and pain when I lie on them or stand. Would I come into this life with such a broken physical body? It seems I have been through hell, and I have often wondered what I have saved myself for. I have always wanted to be of service to humanity, but have no strength, angina, pernicious anemia, etc. since I was young." This woman originally intended to get a physical reading, i.e., a diagnosis of her health and suggestions for improving it, but decided to request a life reading instead. The reading cited her actions in a particular incarnation as the reasons for her present suffering. The entity was a companion of Nero and actively persecuted Christians. That's the reason this entity has been disfigured in body by structural conditions. However, the reading told of other incarnations indicating spiritual development. The reading continued. Yet this entity may be set apart, for through its experiences in the earth, it has advanced from a low degree to that which may not even necessitate a reincarnation in the earth. Not that it has reached perfection, but there are other realms of development if it will hold to its ideals. Who would tell the rose how to be beautiful? Who would give glory to the morning sun? Keep the faith that has prompted you. Many will gain much from your patience, consistency, and brotherly love. 53661. In one of these, a love of home and family, where even servants were considered and loved as part of the family, was mentioned. This woman found in her life reading an explanation for her physical suffering and an incentive to overcome her difficulties. She applied this information constructively in her life. In answer to a follow-up questionnaire years after the reading, she reported that since childhood, she had had a serious back deformity, which the doctors thought would be incurable and would eventually cause her death. It was always a great struggle for her to meet this condition. She also had lost a part of one finger at the age of 4. Many accidents when young, lost part of one finger, hand mangled but normalcy now. I am trying to hold a high ideal and help others to do the same. When we used to have a maid, she was considered one of the family. I am forever grasping at and striving for perfection, although falling far short. Have always hoped I would never have to live again. When in grade school and on through college, my parents never knew if I would live, was given up to die several times, but by power I struggled on, not complaining but in constant pain. When I pushed myself too far, my tendons would snap and crack and I'd be on an antidepressant. The questionnaire asked specifically about the readings giving her a Roman incarnation at the time of Nero. Did she feel that it might have been just as fitting if the reading had given her a Persian, Grecian, or East Indian incarnation? She answered, "When I was young, my mother wanted me to take music lessons, but I had no talent. At the end of a term, the music teacher dismissed me as a disgrace to her teaching. However, I learned quickly and easily the Ben-Hur chariot race and played it on all occasions, so dramatically and fast that it shocked all listeners. When I looked at the picture on the outside of the sheet with the Roman arena filled with cheering crowds, I seemed to become as one with the whole living action, was aware of nothing until I hit the final note. At 57, I think I could still play parts of it, although I have not touched a piano for over 40 years. This was the only piece I ever learned to play." This woman overcame her physical difficulties by willpower, patience, and prayer. Years later, she wrote, "Now I am almost the picture of health and younger looking than when 20. It is obvious from her vivid descriptions that this person tended to be dramatic. The casual reader might interpret this example of karma as God punishing the woman for her Roman sins. Although some karma may result in physical afflictions or extraordinary physical abilities, it is more often reflected in an individual's tendencies, aptitudes, or interests. Many of these talents and tendencies, inherited from past incarnation, seem to crop up in individual 5s. For example, in a life reading given for a girl 5 years old, it was stated that she had an incarnation in France, where she was the equivalent of an interior decorator. From this experience, the entity will seek a career. Even if she gets married early, she will still seek a career of some kind. This girl also had an incarnation in Egypt at the time of Moses and Joshua, and though then an Egyptian, she was friendly toward the Jews. Besides compassion for the Jewish people, a tendency to travel was indicated. The entity will always be wanting to get on a boat to go somewhere. There has been a follow-up on this reading through correspondence with the mother. While nothing sensational was reported, it is interesting to note that as a little girl, the child particularly liked to draw boats. Her mother was impressed by her involvement in a group discussion regarding the race question, especially the Negroes. She expressed her opinion very definitely on the subject, saying that she felt more sympathy for the Jews than she did the Negroes, that the Jews had a culture comparable to any highly developed group, yet they were discriminated against. She personally knew Jews, she said, who were very superior people, and yet they took discrimination for granted and did not fight back. In her last year of college, she started teaching second-year French in a high school where some of her students were only a year or so younger than she. She worked her way through college by doing secretarial work after school and in the summer. She commuted great distances, since the college, high school, her home, and part-time job were far apart. Since college, she has traveled a great deal. She went into civil service and became a claims representative for the Social Security Administration. The last report, March 27th, 1967, stated that she is now an industrial specialist in contract administration in the defense supply and still travels widely. There is nothing spectacular about this case, but there are interesting points that seem to tie in with her life reading. 1. Her talent for French. Anxiety creates depression. Depression creates anxiety, and anger becomes the cycle of irrational damage to the psyche and the entire society. Pain is the only tool with which we can subdue it. It never escapes us. Three, her desire to travel. 4, the fact that she sought a career. Coincidence? Maybe. But remember that Edgar Cayce gave a life reading for this individual when she was only 5 years old. I could continue to relate other life readings given for all sorts of people at different times in their lives. In a great many cases, it is possible to show how these readings influenced individuals to change their attitudes, occupations, and values toward more constructive lives. Certainly, these life readings imply the existence of a soul, the survival of one's personality after death, and the concept of reincarnation and karma. However, I am not trying to prove these concepts for a reason aptly stated in a reading given for a group of people who wanted proof of reincarnation. In giving that as we find may be helpful in such an experience, first, they of the group should determine within their own mind what is evidence. Then be sure that is not evidence to thy neighbor. For we are not all of one mind, and evidence or knowledge is an individual experience and must be experienced. What is proof to one will not be proof to another. This reading goes on to warn that knowledge not used is sin. Do not gain knowledge only to thine undoing, remember Adam. Do not obtain that which ye cannot make constructive in thine own experience, and in the experience of those whom ye contact day by day. Do not attempt to force, impel, or even try to impress thy knowledge upon another. In the studies, then, know where ye are going. To gain knowledge merely for thine own satisfaction is a thing, a condition, an experience to be commended. If it does not produce in thine experience a feeling or a manner of expression that ye are better than another on account of thy knowledge, this becomes self-evident that it would become then a stumbling block, unless ye know what ye will do with thy knowledge. That is, an accumulation of documentary evidence is not positive proof of reincarnation to everyone. With a wry sense of humor, the reading stresses the importance of striving to be a better citizen, a better parent, a better neighbor. For to find only that ye lived, died, and were buried under the cherry tree in grandmother's garden does not make thee one whit a better neighbor, citizen, mother, or father, but to know that ye spoke unkindly and suffered for it, and in the present may correct it by being righteous, that is worthwhile. What is righteousness? Just being kind, just being noble, just being self-sacrificing, just being willing to be the hands for blind and the feet for the lame. These are constructive experiences. Ye may gain knowledge of same for incarnation's area effect. How may ye prove it in thy daily living? 5, 7, 5, 3, 2. It is impossible to accumulate evidence that will satisfy everyone. In the past, some efforts were made in this direction. One enterprising investigator collected 124 cases of incarnations in early America. Of these, she was able to dredge up otherwise unceremoniously, even at a poker, all of these players who have yet to be determined. And more remarkable, since very few of them came in the readings for 56 of the 124 persons. Although reincarnation is certainly one explanation of this correlation of material from the readings and historical facts, there are other explanations that would also explain the correlation. I am not saying such studies are useless. The accumulation of similar data from various sources pointing to the same conclusion cannot help but lend additional support to that conclusion. There is plenty of this sort of material available in the readings to keep investigators busy for a long time. In my opinion, however, some of the best evidence for the validity of the life readings, and incidentally for the theory of reincarnation, is of a less direct nature. Suppose you take a number of individual life readings and extract from them statements dealing with something entirely different from the individuals concerned. Statements dealing with history, geology, or archaeology. Suppose you find them to be accurate. Moreover, you discover that they give additional information that throws more light on a historical event, lends more weight to a geological theory, or leads to a new archaeological discovery. Again, I will with the readings that for some people this still isn't proof, but at least it is a few more grains of sand in the balance that may one day tip the scales irrefutably in the direction of reincarnation as an accepted fact. As examples of this sort of indirect evidence, consider the following. In 1958, a geologist, at that time a PhD, on the staff of a large, well-known Eastern university, read of Edgar Cayce and his work. That spring, during a vacation, he stopped by Virginia Beach, intending to spend a day or two at the ARRE, looking at the purportedly remarkable psychic records. Upon reading a few life readings, he became so interested that he spent his entire vacation at Virginia Beach. He returned that summer and spent a number of weeks doing research on these life readings, particularly looking for statements concerning past geologic events. The results of this research was a scholarly pamphlet with the imposing title, A Psychic Interpretation of Some Late Cenozoic Events Compared with Selected Scientific Data, published by the ARRR Press in 1959. This pamphlet has since been revised and expanded, and the title shortened to Earth Changes, but the conclusions of this geologist then and now are the same. Many of the lay and professional people who have studied the Edgar Cayce psychic readings have expressed an interest in knowing what sort of correspondence there might be between the geological and related material found in the readings and concepts of Earth history which have been formed through scientific research. This pamphlet has been prepared for the purpose of briefly reviewing the correspondence that exists between the Edgar Cayce psychic data and scientific interpretations of Earth changes during periods paralleled by the readings. Study of approximately 50 Edgar Cayce readings which describe past geologic events indicates that the information given in the readings is internally logical and consistent. 20 of these readings, which describe events of Earth history that occurred as early as the period cited in the novel First Book, were from 1993 to 1190. Are presented. The readings are compared to recent scientific information. Only a few of the statements in the 20 readings agree closely with current scientific facts. A number of them stand in contrast to present scientific concepts of Earth history. 9 psychic readings are presented in this paper that treat current or future geologic events for the period from 1958 to 2001 AD. The large number of catastrophic events that are predicted for this period are out of harmony with the standard geological concept of uniformitarianism or gradual change. Most of the readings on prehistorical subjects were given in the 1920s and 1930s, and all on file before 1945. It is thus clear that the majority of the psychic statements antedate nearly all of the striking discoveries recently made by such youthful fields of scientific endeavor as deep-sea research paleomagnetic research, and research on the absolute age of geologic materials, whereas the results of recent research sometimes modify or even overthrow important concepts of geology. They often have the opposite effect in relation to the psychic readings, in that they tend to render them the more probable. Another example of indirect evidence can be found in an extract from a life reading given in 1936. This extract has been paraphrased slightly for clarity. The entity was what would now in some organizations be termed a sister superior or an officer of the Essenes. The entity ministered to and encouraged the disciples of Jesus, often coming in contact with the Master himself on the roads between Bethany, Galilee, and Jerusalem. For the entity was associated with the school on the road above Emmaus, near the road that goes down towards Jericho and towards the northernmost coast from Jerusalem. The entity met many of those who came seeking understanding of the teachings, for the entity had been trained in the school of prophets. In fact, the entity was a prophetess in that experience. 1, 3, 9, 1, 1. In 1936, this reference to an incarnation as a woman in an Essene community near the coast of the Dead Sea did not seem particularly significant. 11 years later, the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered. In 1951, ruins located exactly as described in this 1936 reading were excavated, uncovering the remains of an Essene community, now called Khirbet Qumran, where the scrolls were written before they were hidden in caves in the nearby hills. In 1936, no living person knew that these ruins, which were excavated 15 years later, were an Essene community. Also, graves around Qumran contained skeletons of women as well as men. In 1936, some historical references to such communities indicated that they were composed only of men. Here is another example, an extract from a life reading given May 6, 1939. For the entity was among those spoken of as holy women. First, the entity coming in contact with those activities at the death and raising of Lazarus, and later with Mary, Elizabeth, Mary Magdalene, Martha. All of these were a part of the experience of the entity as Salome. But the 11th chapter of John describes the raising of Lazarus from the dead and does not mention anyone named Salome being present. The Bible refers to a woman named Salome being present at the crucifixion of Jesus, however. Here, again, an apparently insignificant statement from a life reading lay in the files for 21 years. On December 30, 1960, the Long Island Newsday carried an Associated Press dispatch which described a find by Dr. Morton Smith, Associate Professor of History at Columbia University. Dr. Smith told about his discovery at a meeting of the Society of Biblical Literature and Exegesis. While studying ancient manuscripts at the monastery of Mar Saba near Jerusalem, he found a copy of an ancient letter attributed to St. Mark, narrating a miracle absent in the present Gospel of St. Mark. Dr. Smith presented evidence that the letter was written by Clement of Alexandria, an author who wrote between 180 and 202 A.D. The letter incorporates the story of Jesus' raising Lazarus from the dead and attributes the account to St. Mark. Previously, the Gospel according to St. John has been the only one of the four Gospels to incorporate the story of Lazarus. A new witness to the miracle, a woman named Salome, also is introduced in the letter. The foregoing illustrations are not proof of the life readings or of reincarnation, but they certainly offer indirect evidence to substantiate statements made in these readings. The seeming insignificance of the statements thus verified and the time lag between the statements and their verification make them all the more thought-provoking. Most of the books written about Edgar Cayce have one or more chapters dealing with the life readings. The first biography of Edgar Cayce, There Is a River, by Thomas Sugrue, devotes the last third of the book to their effect on his life. In Venture Inward, Hugh Lynn Cayce describes their impact on his family from a personal point of view. The Sleeping Prophet deals with predictions made in many of the life readings. However, there are two books by Gina Sermonara, Many Mansions and The World Within, that are based entirely on the Mezanzi life readings. Ms. Sermonara's examples of individual and group karma based on Edgar Cayce's life readings are excellent, though they may prove disquieting. Another important book is Noah Langley's Edgar Cayce on Reincarnation. As for the subject of reincarnation in general, there is a voluminous amount of literature available. Some idea of the theory's acceptance by a number of intelligent individuals may be found in Reincarnation, an East-West anthology by Head and Cranston. Many of the world's great minds, Plato, Plotinus, Origen, Spinoza, and Schopenhauer, to mention only a few, are apparently agreeable to the idea. Indeed, reincarnation is one of the oldest and most widespread beliefs about the soul. Two very readable, thought-provoking accounts are The Case for Reincarnation by Leslie D. Weatherhead and How the Case for Bridie Murphy Stands Today by C.G. Ducasse. In his book, The Christian Agnostic, Weatherhead, an English minister, has a chapter that presents an even stronger case for reincarnation than does his pamphlet. Recently, there was an attempt to establish a scientific basis for a belief in reincarnation. In 1966, Dr. Ian Stevenson, head of the Department of Neurology and Psychiatry in the University of Virginia's School of Medicine, published a monograph with the cautious title, 20 Cases Suggestive of Reincarnation. He does not claim that his personal investigations have settled the matter, but his detailed scientific procedure is convincing. He relates the case of Imad Elouar, a 5-year-old child in the village of Komail, Lebanon. Imad claimed to remember a former existence on Earth in a village not far from Cornell. Dr. Stevenson was present to personally watch and record as Imad first visited places and people he claimed memory of from a former existence. Stevenson impartially reviews various other possible explanations for the events he witnessed, such as fraud, cryptoamnesia, genetic memory, extrasensory perception, personation, and possession. This case, as well as many of the other cases cited in Dr. Stevenson's book, suggests reincarnation as the best explanation. The final proof, however, of any theory is, does it work in practice? And many individuals who had life readings are alive today to ask. Hugh Lynn Kaysen, Jess Steem, and Gina Sermonara talked to these people and found that their readings had a helpful influence on their lives. Interestingly, it is not even necessary to have had a life reading to receive help from one. You may learn by example. In the fall of 1962, a half-dozen young people gathered at an ARR forum to discuss what just a study of some life readings had meant to them. Even though they had not received personal help in the form of a life reading, their attitudes had been changed by the ideas introduced in the readings of others. They looked at their personal problems in the light of reincarnation and karma. They applied principles and assumed attitudes in their daily living that Edgar Cayce suggested for others with similar problems. The results were impressive indeed. All reported they had been helped to a happier frame of mind and that many conflicts and much confusion in their lives had been resolved. As the life readings in general can be used creatively, so can the ones dealing specifically with Atlantis. Chapter 3. Atlantis before 500, 0D. The Earth was inhabited by animals long before it was inhabited by man. Rather a prosaic statement and certainly in keeping with modern scientific concepts. However, other statements, particularly those concerning the length of time man has been on Earth, were not in keeping with the scientific concepts current at the time of the readings. For example, consider these extracts from the Edgar Cayce readings given over 40 years ago about an incarnation. In the land now known as Utah or Nevada, when the first peoples were separated into groups as families, the entity developed much and gave much to the people who were to succeed in that land, and in the ruins as are found in the mounds and caves in the northwestern portion of New Mexico may be seen some of the drawings the entity then made, some 10 million years ago. Another reading referred to an incarnation in what is now part of Egypt, though the land areas of the world were said to be quite different from the present. In giving such in an understandable manner to man of today, it is necessary that the conditions of the Earth's surface and the position of man in the Earth's plane be understood, for the change has come often since this age. Of man's earthly indwelling. Many lands have disappeared, many have appeared and disappeared again and again during these periods. At that time, only the lands now known as the Sahara, Tibet, Mongolia, Caucasia, and Norway appeared in Asia and Europe, that of the southern Cordilleras and Peru in the southwestern hemisphere, and the plain of Rapre, Egypt, Mexico, in the northwestern hemisphere. Man's indwelling was then in the Sahara and the upper Nile regions, the waters then entering the now Atlantic from the Nile region rather than flowing northward, the waters in the Tibet and Caucasian regions entering the North Sea, those in Mongolia entering the Pacific, those in the plateau entering the northern seas. The numbers of human souls then in the earth plane being 130 and 3,133,000,000. The period in the world's existence from the present time being 10 and 1/2 million, 105,000,000 years ago, when man came in the earth plane as the lord of that sphere. Man appeared in 5 places then at once, the 5 senses, the 5 reasons, the 5 spheres, the 5 developments, the 5 nations. 5, 7, 4, 8, 1. May 28, 1925. In 1925, man's span on Earth was measured in the thousands of years. The idea that man might have been on Earth millions of years instead of thousands was considered not only incredible, but ridiculous. As we shall see, recent discoveries have pushed man's history back much further into the past. The information given in 1925 may still seem incredible, but certainly no longer ridiculous. What evidence has modem science uncovered that might give credence to Edgar Cayce's ancient geography? Is there any evidence at all to indicate that man might have inhabited the Earth as long as 105,000,000 years ago? According to C.O. Dunbar's Historical Geology, the area of New Mexico had developed its modem aspect by then, and caves as old as 1,000,000,000 years might be preserved to this day. The land-sea relationships of the rest of the world at that time have yet to be worked out. On August 10, 1958, the New York Times carried an article in the Science in Review section entitled "Discovery of Italian Skeleton Suggests a More Advanced Human Ancestry." The article discussed the find by Dr. Johannes Huriziller of Basel University, Switzerland, of a complete skeleton 600 feet deep in an Italian coal mine. The age of this skeleton was established by conventional geological and anthropological standards to be 1,000,000,000 years old. Dr. Huriziller lists several features that led him to conclude that the creature was a humanoid and not an ape. It had a short face as opposed to the snout of an ape. It had no simian gap, a characteristic space in apes between adjacent teeth and the canines. The front teeth are fixed steeply in the jawbones, whereas the front teeth in apes point out. The canine teeth are smaller than the big canine in apes. The chin is rounded on the front instead of sharp. The nostrils are ascending instead of being flat as in apes. The lower 3 molars are characteristic of man and not of the apes. A hole that carries a human nerve through the lower jawbone is present. Near the humanoid fossil were remarkable, well-preserved remains of ancestors of modem animals and plants known to be 1,000,000 years old, an otter, a large carnivore, 2 antelopes, a pig, a mastodon, and remains of an oak, laurel, and gum tree. Dr. Huerter does not deny the discovery of Musk's human bones, nor does he deny play complete. But with some good luck, Dr. Huerter discovered that the lost musculature designed to produce fossil fragments, and after studying the jawbone of this humanoid creature in a coal mine region in Tuscany, they were then identified as an extinct type of monkey. In 1933, Dr. Huerter became convinced that the identification as those of an ape or monkey was erroneous. In 1956, after 23 years of study, Dr. Yersler presented his findings at a meeting of the Wenner Grendt Foundation for Anthropological Research. Dr. Yersler found support for his conclusions in Dr. Helmut de Terra, then at Columbia University. Working under a grant from the Wenner Grendt Foundation, a team of scientists headed by Dr. Yersler and de Terra searched systematically for 28 months before they found the humanoid skeleton. They conclude, if man did have a common ancestor, it was neither an ape man nor a man-ape. It was a creature with characteristics of neither a man nor an ape that lived at a very early age of mammalian evolution, possibly as far back as 1,000,000 years ago. At present, they said, no one has any idea of what this primordial lump of clay from which man and ape evolved looked like. All is known is that it was not ape-like or man-like. What to look for is the next big problem. It will be not for a non-existent missing link, but for a primordial lump of clay from which incipient man and incipient ape emerged and went their separate ways on the road of their respective evolutions. For a long time, the oldest human relics known were considered to be those of Java and/or Peking man, estimated to be 300,000 to 500,000 years old. But even before Yersler's discovery, the Miami Herald, back in 1948, described the find of a ginormous amount of giant ape man near Johannesburg, Africa. In 1949, an illustrated article in Life magazine about this discovery also mentioned the discovery of fossil fragments of a pygmy. The Life article also mentions the work of Dr. L.B. Leakey in Africa. Leakey continued in the news. In 1960, the Cleveland Plain Dealer carried an article about Leakey's discovery of Zinjanthropus, the world's oldest human, aged 600,000 years. Leakey had been searching the Olduvai Gorge in Tanganyika, Africa. In 1963, he unearthed bones of a different kind of ancient man, which he estimated to be considerably older than the 600,000-year-old Zinjanthropus. In 1964, radioactive dating confirmed Leakey's estimate of ancient age and dated the find of these new fragments, dubbed Homo habilis, at 1,850,000 years old. In 1965, Leakey, at a 3-day conference on the origin of man at the University of Chicago, presented his finds and announced the find of a third man-like creature called Pithecia amphithi. Along with the bone fragments, Leakey described the finding of primitive tools. Another newspaper article carried additional details of Leakey's finds and described a new potassium-argon dating process that placed the bone fragments of one of Leakey's finds at 1,750,000 years old. A more recent newspaper clipping ran in the Virginian Pilot, 1967. It described Leakey's discoveries of the bones of a creature called Kenyapithecus africanus, and its age is estimated at 1,400,000 to 200,000 years old. The article mentions other discoveries by a Harvard paleontologist of an elbow bone estimated to be 2,300,000 to 3,000 years old. In the January 1967 issue of Scientific Research, an article entitled "The Budapest Skull" describes the discovery of a fragment of a skull in a quarry west of Budapest by Hungarian National Museum archaeologist Laszlo Vertes. The skull is believed to be a 500,000-year-old member of Homo sapiens, our own family. Thus, recent research and discoveries, rather than refuting statements made in Edgar Cayce's life readings, tend to render them more probable. It is now being established scientifically that man is much older than previously believed, a fact stated over 30 years ago in a number of Edgar Cayce life readings. How does this relate to Atlantis? Where was Atlantis to begin with? To quote from a general reading given in 1932, protruding portions of this great continent, the continent of Atlantis, more than 2/3 of the fish continent at one time, or more tradition of being waterless also documented in the past 10 years, or the Bahamas, are a portion of same that may be seen in the present. If the geological survey would be made in some of these especially, or notably in Bimini, and in the Gulf Stream through this vicinity, these may be even yet determined. The reading places the former continent or islands of Atlantis in the midst of the Atlantic Ocean, as did Plato. It names the lands to which the inhabitants fled, and the places where one might look today for evidence of this long-vanished civilization. The answers to some questions in a later reading on the subject of Atlantis provide additional information about the Earth's surface in those early days. Cayce described the Earth's surface at the period of the appearance of the 5 projections. A 6. This has been given in the first, or that known as the beginning, or in the Caucasian and Carpathian, or the Garden of Eden, in that land which lies now much in the desert, yet much in mountain, and much in the rolling lands there. The extreme northern portions were then the southern portions, or the polar regions were then turned to where they occupied more of the tropical and semi-tropical regions. Hence it would be hard to describe the change. The Nile entered into the Atlantic Ocean. What is now the Sahara was an inhabited land and very fertile. What is now the central portion of this country, or the Mississippi Basin, was then all in the ocean. Only the plateau was existent, or the regions that are now portions of Nevada, Utah, and Arizona formed the greater part of what we know as the United States. That along the Atlantic seaboard formed the outer portion then, or the lowlands of Atlantis. The Andean or the Pacific coast of South America occupied then the extreme western portion of Lemuria. The Urals and the northern regions of same were turned into a tropical land. The desert in the Mongolian land was then the fertile portion. This may enable you to form some concept of the status of the Earth's representations at that time. The oceans were then turned about. They no longer bear their names, yet from whence obtain they their names? What is the legend even as to their names? You see, with the changes when there came the uprisings in the Atlantean land, and the sojourning southward with the turning of the axis, the white and yellow races came more into that portion of Egypt, India, Persia, and Arabia. Note this reference to the turning of the axis. Recent geophysical research has turned up the fact that the Earth's magnetic field seems to have changed direction a number of times in the distant past. Currently, this is attributed to a reversal of magnetic polarity, but no reason is advanced for such a reversal. Of course, either the tilting of the Earth's axis or the slippage of large surface areas upon a molten core would produce similar effects, but this idea has not seemed as logical to geologists as an unexplained reversal in magnetic polarity. There is an article on this subject in the February 1967 issue of Scientific American. The reading just quoted, like an earlier one, refers to 5 projections, as if man appeared on Earth in 5 places at once. It seems to associate these 5 projections with the 5 races: white, black, red, brown, and yellow. There is even a flat statement that these 5 projections happened at the same time and developed into the 5 races. There is no statement about how long this took. Q5. Did the appearance of what became the 5 races occur simultaneously? Occurred at once. 31 years after the reading just quoted, the Evening Bulletin of Philadelphia, May 2, 1963, carried an article on the retirement of Dr. Carlton S. Kuhn. Professor Kuhn was curator of ethnology and professor of anthropology at the University of Pennsylvania Museum. The article mentions the scientific furor created by the publication in 1962 of Professor Kuhn's book, The Origin of Races, which advanced a theory of 5 separate races. The article states that Dr. Kuhn believed that man divided into 5 races or subspecies 500,000 years ago, perhaps longer, and the 5 races then developed almost independently. Homo erectus evolved into Homo sapiens, he believes, not once but 5 times, as each subspecies passed the critical intelligence threshold. He suggests there may have been a time lag of as much as 200,000 years between the time the first subspecies became sapient and the time the 5th one did. The answer to another question concerning these 5 projections opens the door to considerable philosophic speculation. Q4. Why was the number 5 selected for the projection of the 5 races? A4. This, as we find, is that element which represents man in his physical form and the attributes to which he may become conscious, from the elemental or spiritual to the physical consciousness. As the senses, as the sensing of the various forces that bring to man the activities in the sphere in which he finds himself. As I understand this statement, it refers to the 5 physical senses: sight, touch, hearing, smelling, taste. It sounds as if spiritual beings projected themselves into materiality, specifically to participate in experiencing these senses or sensations, common to a physical body. The Edgar Cayce readings certainly imply a spiritual creation and then the entering into the earth or materiality of these souls or spiritual beings. To me, this is in accordance with the biblical concept of man's creation. Then God said, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness." Genesis 1:26 RSV. And so God created man in his own image. Genesis 1:27 RSV. Surely this refers to a spiritual creation. These souls or spiritual creations must have existed elsewhere or on another plane of consciousness while animal life was evolving on Earth. Some of the quotations that follow introduce rather interesting ideas about man's appearance on Earth. Unfortunately, no definite dates are given, but these readings must refer to a remote era. The particular quotations used here are intended to show that, according to the Edgar Cayce readings, Atlantis was one of the places where man first appeared on Earth in material form. And here began the major problem that has plagued man since his advent into materiality: the use of his free will for selfish purposes in opposition to God's will. I am not at all sure of the period of time covered. From 1, 0, 5, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0 years ago, the readings next mention a date 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0 years prior to an undated event. In the period then, some 98,000 years before the entry of Ram into India, there lived in this land of Atlantis one Amelius, who had first noted the separations of the beings who inhabited that portion of the Earth's sphere into male and female as separate entities, or individuals. As to their forms in the physical sense, these were much rather of the nature of thought forms, or able to push out of themselves in that direction in which their development took shape in thought. Much in the way and manner as the amoeba would in the waters of a stagnant bay or lake in the present. As these took form by the gratifying of their own desire for that which builded or added to the material conditions, they became hardened or set, much in the form of the existent human body of the day, with that color as partook of their surroundings, much in the manner as the chameleon in the present. Hence coming into that form as the red or the mixture peoples or colors, known later as the red race. These then able to use in their gradual development all the forces as were manifest in their individual surroundings, passing through those periods of developments as have been followed more closely by that of the yellow, the black, or the white races in other portions of the world, yet with their immediate surroundings, with the facilities for the developments, these became much speedier in this particular portion of the globe than in others. And while the destruction of this continent and the peoples was far beyond any of that as has been kept it as an absolute record, that record in the rocks still remains. Also, their influence extended to the lives of the people to whose lands they escaped. Even today, either through the direct influence of being reincarnated in the earth, or through mental effect on individuals' thoughts, they may influence individuals, groups, and nations in the present. According to Edgar Cayce, the red race developed in Atlantis, and its development was rapid. Although the previous quotations were taken from general readings on Atlantis, there have been individual readings that refer to incarnations very far back in the past, and these too mention some of the ideas touched on in the general readings. One person was described as having been beneficent in Atlantean land in those periods before Adam was in the earth, among those who were then thought projections, and the physical being had the union of sex in the one body, and yet a real musician on the pipes or reed instruments. Note the dates on the following quotations and how individual life readings given months apart in 1944a amplify a concept advanced 12 years previously. In Atlantean land when there were the separation of bodies as male and female, in Atlantean land when there was the first division of sexes among first offspring of such division, first of princesses of that period. In Atlantean land before Adam, timekeeper for those who were called things or servants or workers of the people. Entity felt need of change or reform so that every individual would have the right of choice or freedom. Felt desire to improve the conditions for worker. Felt need of God's hand in what evil or Satan had brought in the earth. Evidently, Atlantis was not all sweetness and light in those early days. Already, there was a difference in consciousness among those beings that had projected themselves into material bodies. The following quotations seem to imply that these souls, or spiritual creations, began to project themselves into matter, possibly first as thought forms, then into more substantial flesh, probably for their own diversion. In the Atlantean land, during those periods when there were the encasements and indulgencies of many that had put on matter or material bodies. In that now known as the Atlantean land, during those periods when the first of the sons of men coming for their expression into matter, and then it took upon itself the activities that brought destructive forces with those reactions during the experience when there were again and again the expressions of the sons of God coming into their manifestations in the earth through taking on of the form of flesh. In that experience, God's spiritual creations have now put on materiality, but probably not in the form as we know man today. The following two quotations may refer to the beginning of man as such. In Atlantean land, when one individual first saw the changes that eventually made for that opening, for the needs of, or the preparation for, the universal consciousness to bring into the experience what is known to man, as the first created man, an advisor to those who would change their forms of activities, and as later expressed, as being rid of the appendages of materiality. In the days when the sons of God came together to reason in the elements as to the appearance of man in the physical on earth's plane, and this entity was among those chosen as the messenger to all the realm. A general reading on Atlantis, compressing thousands of years in a few paragraphs, tells of early man developing rapidly there and speaks of achievements in electrical and aerial fields, particularly relating to transportation. I would interpret the readings just quoted to mean that the thought forms who once could move freely in a non-material world, or a different kind of world than is experienced by our five senses, had projected themselves into material bodies. Once they had done this, they were able to experience material sensations, heat, cold, pleasure, pain, etc. However, the more they sought sensual pleasure through the gratification of selfish desires, the less able they became to move freely in and out of their material bodies. They became encased in them from birth to death, and thus subject to all the laws of the physical universe. Evidently, they continued to enjoy their material sojourn and began to exploit the physical world and pattern it for their own pleasure and diversion. Reading continues. But with these transpositions, with these changes that came in as personalities, we find the sons of the creative force looking upon those changed forms, or the daughters of men, and there crept in those pollutions, or polluting themselves with those mixtures that brought contempt, hatred, bloodshed, and desires of self without respect of others' freedom, others' wishes. And there began, then, in the latter portion of this period, dissentings and divisions among the peoples in the lands. What the sons of the creative forces looking on the daughters of men means is subject to interpretation. I would interpret it as implying that the earth was proceeding along an evolutionary pattern. Remember, animals inhabited the earth long before man. There probably were man-like creatures, which was interrupted by the projection into materiality of these thought forms. It sounds as if they, in many cases, mixed with animals, the results being sometimes quite bizarre. A division of opinion arose concerning this mingling. A quotation from Paul's letter to the Corinthians seems to me to echo this thought and point up the problems it created. The first man was from earth, a man of dust. The second man is from heaven. As was the man of dust, so are those who are of the dust. And as is the man of heaven, so are those who are of heaven. Just as we have borne the image of the man of dust, we shall also bear the image of the man of heaven. I tell you this, brethren, flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of God, nor does the perishable inherit the imperishable. The reading continues. Then began that period when there were the invasions of this continent by those of the animal kingdoms. This brought about that meeting of the nations of the globe to prepare a way and manner of disposing of them, else they would be disposed of themselves by these forces. This animal invasion resulted in the development of destructive force, as could be set and then meted out in its force or power. Hence the development of explosives that might be carried about came with this this period when man or men then began to cope with those of the beast form that overran the earth in many places. Then, with these destructive forces, we find the first turning of the altar fires to the sacrifice of those that were taken in the various ways, and human sacrifice began. With this also came the first egress of peoples to the Pyrenees. Later we find there was the entering into the black or the mixed peoples, in what later became the Egyptian dynasty. We also find that entering into the Og, or these peoples that later became the beginning of the Inca or Ohum. Those who builded the walls across the mountains in this period through those same usages of that power that was developed by those peoples. With the same power, those in the other land became the first mound dwellers in that land. In spite of the awkward language used in the readings to describe these happenings, it is possible to decipher what was taking place. There is a reference to the use of explosives to combat huge and numerous animals which were threatening man's existence. There are statements concerning immigrations to what is now South and Central America, Egypt, Spain, and Portugal. The next paragraph suggests the basis for some of man's early legends. With the continued disregard of those who were keeping the pure race and the pure peoples, man brought in destructive forces to be used by people that were rulers. These destructive forces, combined with those natural resources of the gases, of the electrical forces made in nature, caused volcanic eruptions in the slow-cooling earth, and that portion now near what would be termed the Sargasso Sea first went into the depths. With this there again came that egress of peoples. Hence, we find in various portions of the world, even in the present day, some form of legend of these events referring to an Eden of the world. Let us review this paragraph with the help of extracts from individual life readings. See if we can piece together what may have happened during these early days in Atlantis. Most there were references to developing from thought forms to material bodies, and allusions to aerial and electrical affairs as if there had been scientific development comparable to our own. Atomic forces were mentioned, and means of transportation referred to. Later, these scientific developments were turned to destructive purposes. The following quotations seem to refer to this period. In Atlantis, before the first of the destructive forces, Enety builded those that made for the carrying these machines of destruction, that sailed both through the air or under the water. In Atlantean land in first of periods, as the people began to apply those laws as pertain to the combustion, as made for the filling up of the skins that were used for those of transportation, excelled in use of the elevator in building in the earth. In Atlantis, before destructive forces arose, associated with communications, lighter-than-air machines, radioactive forces, these readings mention a period before the first destruction. Note the mention of radioactive forces and the mention of what may have been flying machines and submersible craft. A question in a later general reading on Atlantis asked about the kind of people that existed then. Q3. Please give a few details regarding the physiognomy, habits, customs, and costumes of the people of Atlantis during the period just before the first destruction. 3. These, as we find, will require their being separated in the gradual development of the body and its physiognomy as it came into being in the various portions of the land, as well as to those that would separate themselves from those peoples where there were the indwellings of peoples, or man, as man, in the various areas of the land, or what we call world. In the matter of form, as we find, first there were those deprivations, as projections from that about the animal kingdom. 4. The thought bodies gradually took form in the various combinations, as may be called, of the various forces that called or classified themselves as gods, or rulers over whether herds, or fowls, or fishes, etc. In part, much in the form of the present-day man, were one chosen of those that existed in this first period as the first destructions came about. These took on many sizes as to stature, from that as may be called the midget to the giants, for there were giants in the earth in those days, men as tall as what would be termed today 10 or 12 feet in stature, and well proportioned throughout. The ones that became the most useful were those as would be classified, or called in the present, as the ideal stature, that was of both male and female, as those separations had been begun. And the most ideal was Adam, who was in that period when he ired as 5 and 1. These remarks remind us of the discovery of Leakey and others of the bones of giant man-like creatures, as well as the bones of pygmies who lived hundreds of thousands of years ago in Africa. Also, the gods and legends of Greek mythology are brought to mind. Is it possible that some of these myths and legends are older than we suspect? Maybe the satyrs, nymphs, and other weird creatures of Greek mythology once existed? A number of individual readings concur with the general readings on Atlantis regarding the idea of developing from thought projections into material bodies. In that land known as the Upper Atlantean, during those periods when there was the entering of many that took bodily form for the dispersing of the thoughts given by the lords of the land, entity used rather as the experiment in the associations with the various conditions. 2. 1, 2, 6, 1. The December 14th, 1921. In the Atlantean land, when there were the first periods of attempting to use the creative forces for the separating of the influences in the activities that had come about by the thought forms and the activities of the creative forces of the law of one. 1, 7, 4, 5, 1. November 12, 1938. In Atlantean land during period not of second destruction, but of early upheavals, and activities of varied groups that were a part of the evolution of bodies and minds, and of the others that were a part of the idea of evolution. For conveniences, for the settling of judgments, and for drudges in the activities. Although given years apart, these individual life readings seem to refer to the same remote period of Atlantean history. When the spiritual beings entered materiality for a while, they were able to keep in touch with the realms from which they came. The following quotation refers to psychic communication with man's higher nature. In Atlantis, a priestess, a keeper of the white stone, or that through which many of the peoples, before the first destructions in Atlantis, kept their accord with the universal consciousness through speaking to and through those activities. The following quotation referred to this day, their origin and spirit. The following quotation referred to this day, by some that have been and still do experience great success, an involvement which has given him trouble to this day. In Atlantean land, when there were those disturbing forces, or just previous to the first disturbing forces that brought the first destruction in the continent, through the application of spiritual things for self-indulgence of material peoples. These were the periods as termed in the scripture when the sons of God looked upon the daughters of men and saw them as being fair. The next two quotations introduce two phrases, the sons of Belial and the sons of the law of one, which occur repeatedly in the readings. They sound peculiar and awkward at first, but probably no more so than Whigs and Tories. In Atlantean land, during those periods when there were the divisions between those of the law of one and the sons of Belial, or the offspring of what was the pure race, and those who had projected themselves into creatures that became the sons of men, as the terminology would be, rather than the creatures of God. In Atlantean land, when there were the greater questionings between the sons of the law of one and the sons of Belial, or between those that were purified by keeping of the pure strain and those that were projections by thought individuals or beings. My interpretation of these statements is that some of the original spiritual creations, or souls, who had taken on materiality for their own diversion, had in a sense become trapped in it. By misusing their creative powers in self-indulgence, they became subject to the laws of cause and effect, which include the laws of reincarnation and karma. These sons of Belial, as they were called in the readings, continued their selfish exploitation of the earth and its life forms until they lost sight of their true spiritual nature. This may be the real fall of man. A soul that has so separated itself from its maker by selfishness that even after death it cannot comprehend its own nature but is drawn back into what it has created is indeed in hell. However, some of these souls, the sons of the law of one, realized their predicament and attempted to create a vehicle through which it would be possible for souls to regain a comprehension of their creator. I believe these efforts culminated long after the destruction of Atlantis in Christ, who voluntarily took human form to show man the path home. A reading describing an early incarnation in Atlantis seems to affirm the idea of two divergent groups. In giving the interpretation of the records, we find that it is well that there be given something of the background so there will not be confusion. For in giving the experience of an entity's sojourn in a period as remote as the early destructive influences in that land called Atlantis, or in Pisidia, there is oft a confusion in the interpretations of the records as to whether Pisidia was the land or Atlantis was the land. Atlantis was a continent or very large landmass which was split into islands, one of which was Pisidia. This reading also stated that Atlantis was only one of 5 places where man was developing as such. There were also other centers that were developing, for, in the projections, they began as many, and in creating influences, they began as 5. Or in those centers where crystallization or projection had taken on such form as to become what was called man, though it hardly could be said that they were in the exact form as in the present. So, in following or interpreting the Pisidian period or in Atlantis, let it be understood that this was only one of the groups, and the highest or the greater advancement in the earthly sojourning of individual entities or souls at that particular period. Further, on this same reading defines the sons of Belial as those who sought, the gratifying, the satisfying, the use of material things for self, without thought or consideration as to the sources of such nor the hardships in the experience of others. Or in other words, as we would term it today, they were those without a standard of morality. The sons of Belial had no standard save of self-aggrandizement. In opposition to the sons of Belial were the sons of the law of one, those whose standard was that the soul was given by the Creator or entered from outside sources into the projection of the mental and spiritual self at the given periods. That was the standard of the law of one, but was rejected by the sons of Belial. It sounds as if the spiritual beings who projected themselves into the earth life forms had creative power themselves. Some misused this creative power to reproduce grotesque life forms for their own purposes, interrupting the evolutionary pattern going on in the earth. This did not begin immediately. Several life readings refer to a period prior to this time. In Atlantean land, before there were the definite separations of the children of the law of one and the children of Belial. In Atlantean land, during those periods of early rise of sons of Belial, as oppositions that became more and more materialized as the powers were applied for self-aggrandizement. It was only after some became more interested than others in satisfying selfish appetites that a difference of opinion arose. For example, an individual life reading indicated that at that particular period, this person lost spiritual ground. In bringing servitude to many through the aggrandizing of those things that pertain to the gratification of material things, material desires in the body. Another reading 12 years later gives additional details about this same period. In Atlantean land, during periods when there were activities that brought about questionings that arose between the two great forces, the period before the first destruction of the land, among children of law of one who cared much about those things that were part of the activity having been brought about by the great teacher in those experiences, entity aided in helping these to overcome. When they became aware of the relationships of the individual entity to the universal consciousness or God, periods of progression that transcended the regions of human experience and what is believed to be the 1,000 years old, in years as termed today, saw many changes in the earth and in the way in which preparations were made for the advent of the souls of men to be brought to the relationship with God. I think that the things referred to were the life-formed creations of the spiritual beings who had projected themselves into materiality, they may have been mixtures of man and animal. Evidently, they were held in low regard and treated as slaves or machines. Actually, they may have been souls who had so indulged themselves as to lose any freedom of choice they may have had, and were deeply entangled in materiality. One reading already quoted in part goes on to describe these things and the controversy surrounding them. Those entities that were then the producers, as we would term today, or the laborers, the farmers or the artisans, or those who were in the positions of what we would call in the present just machines, were those that were projections of the individual activity of the group. And it was over these then, and the relationships that they bore to those that were in authority, that the differences arose. The same reading goes on to explain what was meant by projections of the individual activity of the group. Then we find the entity, now known as or called, was among the children of the law of one, entering through the natural sources that had been considered in the period as the means of establishing a family. However, they were rather as a group than as an individual family. For those who were of the ruling forces were able by choice to create or bring about or make the channel for the entrance or the projection of an entity or soul as the period of necessity arose. Then such were not as household or as families like we have today, but rather as groups. Another reading seems to refer to this same period of time. In Atlantean land, when first upheavals were brought about, when the activities of the sons of Belial brought to the daughters of the children of the law of one the abilities for enjoying the pleasures of excesses of every nature and human relationship, as well as those activities related to same. The preceding quotations describe the rise of two factions, the followers of the law of one and the followers of Belial. Webster's dictionary defines Belial as a personification of wickedness and evil. Interestingly, there is a reference in some of the Dead Sea Scrolls to the sons of light and the sons of darkness. All of this seems to have taken place at a time before the first destruction of Atlantis. In fact, the dissension between the two factions may have caused the first destruction or contributed to it. The following reading certainly indicates this. In Atlantean land, when there were those activities that caused the first upheavals and the use of those influences that brought destruction to the land, among those of the law of one, but was persuaded by and with leaders of the land to apply spiritual laws for material gain, thus brought or aided in bringing what eventually became the destruction of the material lands. Why are the ideals and purposes of these two factions of ancient Atlantis important to individuals and nations today? The answer may be found in many individual life readings. Very often, in fact almost invariably, individuals living today are associated now with a person with whom they were associated in the past to work out some unresolved problem. Sometimes the problem has followed the individual concerned through several lifetimes. The following life reading illustrates this point very well. The suggestion for the reading was, you will have before you the life existence in the earth plane of 1968 born November 22, 1910 in Pine Bluff, Ark, and the earthly existence of this entity as Osman Him in Atlantis during the period of the first destructive forces. You will give a biographical life of the entity in that day, giving the development or retarding points in such an existence. You will answer the questions then as I ask them, concerning her present associations and the influences from that sojourn. Mr. C, yes, we have the records here of that entity now known as or called 1968, and the early experience in the Atlantean sojourn as Asmen Nem. In giving an interpretation of the records of the entity, and in giving the characteristics or manifested personalities in the present, it is well that something of the experiences of life through such sojourns be put into words, as to give a concept of the earthly experience during such sojourns. For the activities in the physical plane, then, would be hard to interpret in the terms of the experience of an entity living in the present. But glimpse these, if it is possible in your own experience. We find that in those periods there was not a laboring for the sustenance of life, as in the present, but rather individuals who were children of the law of one, and some who were the children of Belial in the early experience, were served by automatons or things that were retained by individuals or groups to do the labors of a household, or to cultivate the fields or the like, or to perform the activities of artisans. And it was concerning these things about which much of the disturbing forces grew to be factors to be reckoned with, between the children of the law of one and the sons of Belial, for these were the representation of what in the present experiences would be termed good and evil, or a spiritual thought and purpose, and a material thought or desire or purpose. Hence, the entity entered the experience as one of the children of the law of one, or of the one purpose. The life existence of the entity as compared to the present would be years instead of weeks, or, in that experience, to live 500 to 600 to 700 years was no more than to live to the age of 50, 60, or 70 years in the present. Hence, to be understood, this must be considered in the mental experience of the entity in the present. There we find that the entity, as has been indicated, was possessed of high faculties and has been indicated to refrain from feelings of the sons of Belial. And hence, there were disturbing factors. There was an attempt to influence the entity to refrain from associations with the children of Belial. Compared with the present, the association would be that of a young girl with those who were given to debauchery, or to the satisfying alone of the appetites of every nature. These brought disturbing forces throughout the experience, yet there were the eventual associations or conjugations with the son of Belial. Thus, there was the taking on of physical desires, the physical reactions which were at variance to the teachings, and the innate expressions of those who had been the companions and associates of the entity. Hence, there were turmoils throughout that experience, yet the entity, in the whole sense, never lost sight of or sense of the need for keeping the body and mind and purposes in a correct or direct association or activity. Thus we find in the present the associations which have come about with an individual who represented that sojourn, or that one with whom the entity was associated in that experience. There have come disappointments, and the not being satisfied innately in self as to the perfect association, or as to there ever being a perfect cooperative influence. The reading went on with suggestions to this couple for resolving their difficulties, stressing that determination was required to accomplish this on the part of both parties involved. According to Edgar Cayce, many personal family problems are the result of past associations in other incarnations. This does not mean that every family squabble can be blamed on some past incarnation, but if reincarnation is a fact, and if we are usually associated with people that we have known in past lives, it is likely that many problems may be the result of our actions at that time. What is even more important is that the manner in which we meet our problems may well determine our future as individuals and as a nation. Many individuals for whom Edgar Cayce gave life readings were able to resolve many of their difficulties and turn their efforts to more constructive, unselfish lives. The future of our nation will probably be determined by the ideals of its citizens and their attitude toward one another. According to Edgar Cayce, many Americans living today are influenced greatly by their previous Atlantean incarnations. A look at what happened to Atlantis and why may help us steer a safer course for America. Other readings concerning this early period refer to scientific discoveries comparable to those of the present. The language is not precise, but it sounds as if a psychic in the early 1930s were trying to describe devices like lasers and atomic bombs that were not dreamed of at the time of the readings. In Atlantean land, at the time of withdrawing from the Law of One, establishment of sons of Belial was a priestess in temple built in opposition to the sons of the Law of One, during time when there was the creating of the high influence of radial activity from rays of the sun that were turned on crystals in the pits that made connections with internal influences of the earth. In Atlantean land, during those periods when there were the destruction or separations of the land during the period of the first destruction among those who aided in the preparation of the explosives or those things that set in motion the fires of the inner portions of the earth that were turned into destructive forces. Thus, man-made destructive devices triggered off volcanic eruptions and earthquakes. This resulted in the changing of the face of the earth. Parts of Atlantis were destroyed. In Atlantean land, when there was the second division, or when there was the destruction of the lands that made Poseidia the remaining portion in which there was the greater activity of the sons of the Law of One, these periods, when there was the application of much that is being discovered or rediscovered today, in application of power to modes of transit as well as use of nature's means, for a helpful force in giving greater crops for individual consumption. Period. When a great deal of thought was given to conveniences of every kind. In Atlantean land, just preceding the first breaking up of the land, when there was the use of many of those influences that are again being discovered, that the sons of Belial turned into destructive forces, could be benefits to communications, transportation, etc. Compare the last two readings given in 1941 with the following quotation from the Encyclopaedia Britannica, 1954, edition, Volume 2, under the heading Atomic Energy. At the close of 1938, Ohan and F. Strassman had shown that barium, a medium-weight element, was one of the products when uranium was bombarded by neutrons. The significance of this discovery was communicated by Lise Meitner and O.R. Frisch, refugees from Germany to Copenhagen, to Niels Bohr, who was preparing to visit the U.S. Arriving in January 1939, Bohr discussed these results with Einstein, J. A. Wheeler, and others. The presence of barium meant that uranium had been split into two nearly equal fragments, a tremendous jump in transmutation over all previous reactions. Calculations showed that such a reaction should yield 10 to 100 times the energy of less violent nuclear disintegrations. This was quickly confirmed by experiment. Both Bohr and Fermi discussed this reaction called fission at a conference on theoretical physics in Washington, D.C. on January 26, 1939, and Fermi made the suggestion that neutrons might be released in the process. If this were the case and the number was more than one, some losses could be tolerated and still leave a neutron to initiate another fission of uranium, thus producing a chain reaction which would continue to bomb uranium. This suggestion threw the meeting into an uproar, while physicists who had facilities initiated calls to their laboratories to start the search for fission neutrons. They were found to be about 1/2 per fission, though the number was kept secret during World War II. Work was continued in 1940, and it was found that the fission observed in ordinary uranium did not come from U-20318, but from U-20315, an isotope present in only 1 part in 140. During 1941, experiments were continued at the University of Chicago. On December 2, 1942, the first sustained controlled production of atomic energy was accomplished. It was a triumph of experiment, deduction and theory to which many scientists, engineers, and technicians contributed. Since the efforts to develop atomic energy brought advances in technology in many areas, the benefits to man gained as a result of the byproducts of atomic energy development may well exceed those from the direct application as a source of power or explosive force. Now, as possibly in Atlantis, man has control of a force powerful enough to be a blessing or a curse. Additional details of the first upheaval are found in this reading. The name then was Dewey, and the entity was active in recording messages and directing those forces. These were not only the rays from the sun, amplified by crystals, but were the combinations of these. For it was these gases that were used for what we call today the conveniences for light, heat, motivative forces or radial activity, electrical combinations, them reduvative forces of steam, gas, and the like, for the conveniences. Then, this entity, Dewey, was among those who attempted to make such influences a part of the experience of those who were, as indicated, the producers of food, clothing, for these human machines, as we would call them today, not the machines used for obtaining power from the crystals. The use of these devices by the sons of Belial brought, then, the first of the upheavals, or the turning of the rays from the sun, as used by the sons of the Law of One, into the crystal for the activities of same, produced what we would call Kala volcanic upheaval and the separating of the land into several islands, 5 in number. Posidia, the place or the settlement of that particular entity at the time, then became one of these islands, hence the confusion that at times is seen by those who would interpret such records. Unfortunately, no dates were asked for or given to cover the period from man's appearance on Earth millions of years ago to the first of at least 3 destructions of, or land changes in, Atlantis. Area number of readings that seem to refer to the same event, a meeting of nations to combat the animal life that threatened to overrun the Earth. A date is given for this meeting, 5072 BC, but whether this is connected with the first destruction of Atlantis is not known. The meeting seems to have been held in Atlantis, and scientific accomplishments, including airships and laser-like death rays, are mentioned. One reading mentions a polar shift that might have accompanied land changes. In Atlantean land, during those periods when there were the first of the rebellions that brought the misapplication of the knowledge or the forces that might have been used constructively but were used in destructive activities, entity joined with sons of Belial who brought about destructive forces in the attempts to destroy the animal life that in the other lands overran same. A number of readings refer to a sort of world council that was held to cope with the animal problem. Among those who came as messengers from foreign lands, when people planned to protect themselves from beasts of field and fowls of the air, in days when the peoples of nations gathered together to defend themselves against fowls of air and beasts of fields, came to meeting in lighter-than-air machine. In that land where people came as representatives of those who would make the land secure against the beasts of the fields and fowls of the air, or the animals of the air, in the second rule in the Atlantean period. In Indian land when Sed was ruler, among those who gathered to rid the earth of enormous animals which overran the earth, but ice, nature, God, changed the poles, and the animals were destroyed, though man attempted it at the time. Of that country to which messengers came when there was gathering together of men to defend themselves against beasts of fields and fowls of the air. In that land when there were gathering of nations to combat forces of animal world and kingdom that made men and men's life miserable, a kingdom that did spring up about those left was the animals that made that disappearance. Yes, physically, the elements in the air, the elements in the ocean, the elements in the lands, as applied to forces to meet and to combat those of the animal kingdom. Oft has the entity from this experience been able to almost conceive wherein the disappearance of those known as prehistoric animals came about. When Poseidian land was greater in power, when there was the meeting called for those of many lands, to determine means and manners in which there would be control of the animals that were destructive to many lands, entity in capacity of those who guided the ships that sailed both in the air and under the water, also maker of that which produced the elevators, and connecting tubes that were used by compressed air and steam and the metals in their emanations, especially as to things controlled by the facet for the radiation activity of the sun on metals and control of such and airships. Here are 8 separate references to an event given in 8 different life readings over a period of 18 years. The least that can be said about Edgar Cayce is that when asleep, he had a remarkable memory. Due to the repeated references to this meeting, specific questions were asked about it. Q13 HLC. Please advise me regarding the preparation and presentation of the article or story which I am preparing on the great congress held during the age of the destruction of the enormous animals that once roamed the earth. In the period when this became necessary, there was the consciousness raised in the minds of the groups in various portions of the earth, much in the manner as would be illustrated by an all-world broadcast in the present day of a menace in any one particular point, or in many particular points. And the gathering of those that heeded, as would be the scientific minds of the present day, in devising ways and means of doing away with that particular kind or class of menace, as to the manner in which these gathered. It was very much as if the Graf, Zer, Zekzen were to start to the various lands to pick up representatives, or those who were to gather, or were to cooperate in that effort. And as this, then, was in that land which has long since lost its identity, except in the inner thought, or visions of those that have returned or are returning in the present sphere, the ways and means devised were as those that would alter or change the environs which those beasts needed, or that necessary for their sustenance, in the particular portions of the sphere, or earth, that they occupied at the time. And this was administered much in the same way or manner as if there were sent out from various central plants that which is termed in the present the death ray, or the supercosmic ray. That will be found in the next 25 years. Q14. What was the date BC of this gathering? 50722. This reading was given February 21, 1933. 25 years later was 1958, again referring to the Encyclopedia Britannica, this time to their Book of the Year for 1958. Under the heading of Physics, we note 2 discoveries that may relate to the statement concerning death rays. Following the discovery of the antiproton in 1955, a group of experimental physicists at the University of California in Berkeley began a systematic effort to produce and detect antineutrons. They used the powerful 600 neutron 0.0000000 proton beam of the Bebatron. They reasoned that it might be possible, by causing the antiprotons to pass through solid matter, to produce and neutrons, in the same way that protons were known to be converted into neutrons as a result of collisions with atomic nuclei. The success of this scheme was announced in the Physical Review early in 1957 by B. Cork, G. R. Lambertson, O. Piccioni, and W. A. Wenzel. With the discovery of the antineutron, the following basic symmetry law was confirmed. For every particle occurring in nature, there exists a second particle, called the antiparticle, with opposite electric and magnetic properties. With the discovery of the antineutron also came the theoretical possibility of a source of energy hundreds of times more compact than any previously existing. Antineutrons could, in principle, be combined with antiprotons to build up antimatter. When antimatter came into contact with ordinary matter, all of its mass would be converted into energy rather than only a fraction of it, as is the case with nuclear fission and fusion reactions. Another 1958 development, even more in line with the idea of power from crystals, is described later in the same article. Along lines previously laid out by Anne Bloombergen of Harvard University, H.E.H. Coville, G. Fehe, and H. Seidel of the Bell Telephone Laboratories succeeded in constructing and operating a maser, a major amplification by stimulated emission of radiation. The amplification is achieved by storing up energy in a small insulating crystal of special magnetic properties. The release of energy is triggered off by an incident signal so that the crystal passes on more energy than it received. The development of different types of masers is continuing today. The February 1961 issue of Electrical Engineering reports advances by IBL on 2 new masers, or lasers. Both permit continuous generation of coherent light waves for possible space communications and scientific and industrial uses. The April 1961 issue of Electrical Engineering describes a ruby optical maser, and the December 1961 issue of the same publication describes a gaseous optical maser, or laser. This latter issue also mentions work by Westinghouse on a project to convert sunlight to electricity by use of a thermoelectric generator. The December 30th, 1961 issue of Business Week headlined, "Laser Gun Shoots Light Rays" in the New Products section. 8 months later, the same magazine features the laser in a special report. Since then, the technical literature has been filled with new laser developments. Lasers have tremendous potential in communication and thousands of other peaceful uses in measurement and control processes, medical instruments, chemical processing, cutting and welding, and basic research. Obviously, they may also have destructive potential as weapons. A recapitulation of what has been brought out so far in the life readings covering Atlantean incarnations indicates that 1. Man has existed in the earth for at least 1,000,000,000 years. 2. Atlantis was one of the places where man as such developed. 3. Man's origin was as a divine origin and nature. Perhaps it's nearly forgot his divine origin and nature. 3. Man's origin was as a spirit, not an evolutionary pattern then going on in the earth. 3. Man's origin was as a divine origin and nature. One, a very long time ago man attained great technological progress, equal to it if not surpassing that existing today. 2. Just as the misuse of their spiritual powers brought turmoil, strife, and questioning among themselves, men's misuse of scientific and material achievements brought physical destruction in the earth. At this point, I want to refer you to Book of the Hopi by Frank Waters. Frank Waters had the cooperation of Oswald Whitebear Fredericks, a full-blood college-educated Hopi. Through Fredericks, it was possible for Waters to converse with Hopi elders and to unravel the mysteries of the Hopi ceremonials, which have baffled anthropologists and thenologists for years. It is interesting to compare some of the Hopi legends with material in the Edgar Cayce readings. The Hopi creation myths link man to his creator through a series of psychophysical centers in the body. One is reminded of Hindu and Tibetan mysticism, which postulates a similar series of centers of cacao. A number of Edgar Cayce readings indicate a physical spiritual connection through the ductless glands of the body, the pineal, pituitary, adrenal, thymus, thyroid, and parathyroid, gonads, and cells of Leydig. The first world of the first people of the Hopi sounds very much like that described by Edgar Cayce when man first entered materiality. The idea of a medicine man being able to diagnose one's condition by looking at him through a small crystal sounds very much as if the medicine man were seeing the aura or colored light emanation from a human body that Edgar Cayce often claimed to see and whose colors indicate one's physical condition. The Hopi legends describe the destruction of this first world because the people used the vibratory centers of their bodies solely for earthly purposes, forgetting their creator. The legend continues with a description of the separation of men and animals and the destruction of the first world by volcanic action and fire. Some people were saved by hiding in caves and eventually emerged to begin a second world. This second world of Hopi legend sounds like one of high civilization as villages were built and all goods traded. However, the more people traded, the more they wanted, and they soon forgot to sing praises to their creator and began to sing praises for the goods they bartered and stored. The people quarreled and wars began. The destruction of the second world is interesting, for according to Hopi legend, the earth did not continue to rotate properly, but teetered off balance and spun crazily around and rolled over twice. Mountains plunged into the sea and the seas sloshed over the land. The world spun through cold, lifeless space and froze into solid ice. This brings to mind Edgar Cayce's statements of a shift of polar axis, and of course there is historical evidence of an ice age associated with worldwide climatic changes. There is a third and fourth world in Hopi legend, as well as the idea of the Hopi coming to their Arizona homeland from a country to the south. And these, too, as we shall see, relate to the Edgar Cayce readings. Chapter 4, 500,000 BC to 10000. A number of life readings refer to a second period of destruction, which destroyed additional portions of Atlantis. During this time, evidently several thousand years later, there were great scientific advances, but friction continued among the people. To quote from individual life readings, in Atlantean land during those periods of greater expansion as to ways, means, and manners of applying greater conveniences for the people of the land, things of transportation, the aeroplane, as called today, but then as ships of the air, for they sailed not only in the air, but in other elements also. 24371, Jan 23, 1941. Communications and transportation were evidently as highly developed and as widespread as today. In Atlantean land, when there were the developments of those things as made for motivative forces as carried the peoples into the various portions of the land and to other lands. Lunar observatories have connected with a group of people or a group of navigators, and then in Atlantean land, when peoples understood the law of universal forces, entity, able to carry messages through space to the other lands, guided crafts of that period. The three readings next quoted use an odd term, night side of life. They also mention universal forces, not of the present. Since the readings were given in 1928, 1929, and 1930, long before atomic submarines and nuclear reactors, I think nuclear power may be meant, for it is certainly a universal force, and it may be used for man's conveniences or his destruction. In Alta, in Atlantis, among those who were of the highest development in the material application of those forces as pertain to the night side of life, or the ability to apply that of forces not of the present, used in many ways for man's own use. Atomic power was not developed until years after 1928. In Atlantean land, or Pisidia, Entity ruled in pomp and power and in understanding of the mysteries of the application of that often termed the night side of life, or in applying the universal forces as understood in that period. In Atlantean period of those peoples that gained much in understanding of mechanical laws and application of night sight of life for destruction. The following references imply radio and television communication. In a land known as Posidia, a musician in temple, sounds of all nature produced on instruments, civilization materially higher than today, in position where worship by people in a portion of that land. In Atlantis during higher state of civilization, teacher of psychological thought and study, especially that of transmission of thought through ether. In city of Peos in Atlantis, among people who gained understanding of application of night side of life or negative influences in the earth's spheres. Of those who gave much understanding to the manner of sound, voice, and picture, and such to peoples of that period. This reading, given in 1930, was well before widespread use of TV. In Posidia, the entity dwelt among those that had charge of the storage of the motivative forces from the great crystals that so condensed the lights, the forms of the activities, as to guide the ships in the sea and in the air, and inconveniences of the body as television and recording voice. It is interesting to note the differences in dates, yet the consistency of the information of the readings just quoted. They range from 1925 to 1941. As early as 1925, television was implied as commonplace in Atlantis at one time. This reading was given before television was commercially profitable in the United States. It is true that mechanical television schemes were conceived, however, as early as 1884 by Nip Cow, and from 1910 to 1930 considerable work was done in the field of mechanical television. However, mechanical systems were abandoned in favor of electronic ones. The iconoscope was invented by Zwagkin in 1923 and the dissector tube by Farnsworth in 1928. It was later in the 1930s before regular programs were broadcast. Other readings continued to emphasize technical developments rivaling or exceeding those of our present civilization. Conveniences of all kinds were described. Such things would naturally go with highly technological civilization. Had to do with mechanics, machinery, application of electrical forces, radiation and heating, commercial application of same as would be called today. 1003-1, March 6, 1937. Nam Luslu, ruled as leader in city of Sus, interest in mechanical and chemical forces. Excelled in mechanical appliances of period. In Posidia, when alta in height of civilization. Entity in service of country in relation to other countries. This implies diplomat or ambassador. In Posidia, in decorative or artwork. In Atlantean land, at time of development of electrical forces that dealt with transportation of craft from place to place, photographing at a distance, reading inscriptions through walls even at a distance, overcoming gravity itself, preparation of the crystal, the terrible mighty crystal. Much of this brought destruction. In Atlantean land, before the second destruction when there was the dividing of islands, when the temptations were begun in activities of sons of Belial and children of Law of One, entities among those that interpreted the messages received through the crystals and the fires, there were to be the eternal fires of nature. New developments in air and water travel are no surprise to this entity, as these were beginning development at that period for escape. The date of this statement is significant. It was not until World War II that the potential of the airplane as a vehicle for carrying heavy loads was realized. In 1944, the Bureau of Agricultural Economics of the United States published the results of its experiments in the transportation of lettuce by air from the Salinas Valley in California to Detroit, Mich. and of fresh strawberries and tomatoes from various points south to northern cities. Since then, a wide variety of fresh foods has been shipped by air from western and southern fields to New York, Boston, and other eastern markets. By 1950, scheduled U.S. air carriers were flying more than 1,000,000 ton miles of freight and 800,000,000 ton miles of express annually. The following reading was given in 1933. At that time, it sounded utterly fantastic and ridiculous. Today, atomic power plants are in use and atomic fusion a possibility. Advances in lasers and masers are coming so fast that articles describing them are dated by the time they go to press. The ideas presented in this reading are no longer ridiculous. As indicated, the entity was associated with those who dealt with mechanical appliances and their application during the experience, and as we find, it was a period when there was much that has not even been thought of yet in the present experience. The next passage quoted from the same reading refers to the firestone, or a device for producing power. It sounds very much like a fission or fusion process in which heat was converted directly to electrical energy. The application of this energy sounds as if the Atlanteans of the period had solved the problem of the wireless transmission of the power produced. This reading was given in 1933, before the development of atomic power plants, before the discovery of the laser, and before anyone dreamed of a fusion process or the idea of containing hot plasma in a magnetic bottle. A layman today could scarcely describe our latest scientific developments any more clearly. About the firestone, the entity's activities then made such applications as dealt both with the constructive as well as destructive forces in that period. It would be well that there be given something of a description of this, so that it may be understood better by the entity in the present. In the center of a building which would today be said to be lined with non-conductive stone, something akin to asbestos, with other non-conductors such as are now being manufactured in England under a name which is well known to many of those who deal in such things. The building above the stone was oval or a dome wherein there could be a portion for rolling back, so that the activity of the stars, the concentration of energies that emanate from bodies that are on fire themselves, along with elements that are found and not found in the Earth's atmosphere. The concentration through the prisms, or glass as would be called in the present, was in such manner that it acted upon the instruments which were connected with the various modes of travel through induction methods, which made much the character of control, as would in the present day be termed remote control, through radio vibrations or directions, though the kind of force impelled from the stone acted upon the motivating forces in the crafts themselves. The building was constructed so that when the dome was rolled back, there might be little or no hindrance in the direct application of power to various craft that were to be impelled through space, whether within the radius of vision or whether directed underwater or under other elements, or through other elements. The preparation of this stone was solely in the hands of the initiates at the time, and the entity was among those who directed the influences of the radiation which arose in the form of rays that were invisible to the eye, but acted upon the stones themselves as set in the motivating forces, whether the aircraft were lifted by the gases of the period, or whether for guiding the more of pleasure vehicles that might pass along close to the earth, or crafts on the water or under the water. These, then, were impelled by the concentration of rays from the stone, which was centered in the middle of the power station, or powerhouse, as would be the term in the present. In the active forces of these, the entity brought destructive forces by setting up, in various portions of the land, the kind that was to act in producing powers for the various forms of the people's activities in the cities, the towns, and the countries surrounding the same. These, not intentionally, were tuned too high, and brought the second period of destructive forces to the people in the land, and broke up the land into those isles which later became the scene of further destructive forces in the land. The next paragraph of the reading substantiates the idea that atomic power and radioactive forces were in use. It states that the same sort of force was used in treating individuals, which is what we do today with X-rays and radioactive elements. Through the same form of fire, the bodies of individuals were regenerated by burning. Through application of rays from the stone, the influences that brought destructive forces to an animal organism. Hence, the body often rejuvenated itself, and it remained in that land until the eventual destruction, joining with the peoples who made for the breaking up of the land, or joining with Belial at the final destruction of the land. In this, the entity lost. At first, it was not the intention nor desire for destructive forces. Later, it was for ascension of power itself. The next paragraph sounds like a description of a magnetic bottle for containing hot plasma or a giant laser. As for a description of the manner of construction of the stone, we find it was a large cylindrical glass, as would be termed today, cut with facets in such manner that the capstone on top of it made for centralizing the power or force that concentrated between the end of the cylinder and the capstone itself. As indicated, the records as to ways of constructing the same are in 3 places in the earth, as it stands today. In the sunken portion of Atlantis, or Perseidia, where a portion of the temples may yet be discovered under the slime of ages of seawater, near what is known as Bimini, off the coast of Florida. And, secondly, in the temple records that were in Egypt, where the entity acted later in cooperation with others towards preserving the records that came from the land where these had been kept. Also, the records that were carried to what is now Yucatan in America, where these stones, which they know so little about, are now, during the last few months, being uncovered. In Yucatan, there is the E emblem of same. Let's clarify this, for it may the more easily be found. For they will be brought to this America, these United States. A portion is to be carried, as we find, to the Pennsylvania State Museum. A portion is to be carried to the Washington preservations of such findings, or to Chicago. I interpret this last paragraph to mean that some part of a building or temple in Yucatan had an emblem, drawing, or carving of one of these crystals or firestones on it. Probably in 1933, an archaeological expedition was engaged in transporting portions of the temple or building stones to the U.S. Possibly even now, the carving or drawing is reposing unrecognized in the basement of some museum. The description of the crystals and the idea of the wireless transmission of power is not as fantastic now as it was in 1933, when this reading was given. Recent advances in solid-state physics have led to the development of masers and lasers, which amplify light waves, a form of electromagnetic radiation. Atomic power plants produce electrical energy. Atomic-powered submarines cruise the seas. Experiments give hope for the magnetic control of plasma that will make possible the production of energy from the fusion process. It has been proven possible to transmit a small amount of power without wires. Perhaps further advances may create a similar device that can amplify and transmit larger quantities of energy. Anyone familiar with atomic power plants and the production of nuclear energy, or with the construction and operation of lasers, will probably agree that Edgar Cayce's descriptions would do credit to a non-technical person today. That he was able to describe them to the extent that he did in 1933 is amazing. At the height of this civilization, there were statements about the misuse of power and earnings of destruction to come. In Atlantean land during the periods of Exodus, due to foretelling or foreordination of activities which were bringing about destructive forces. Among those who were not only in Yucatan, but in the Pyrenees and Egyptian land, for the manners of transportation and communications through airships of that period were such as Ezekiel described at a much later date. In Poseidia, entity in household of peasant, that gave information regarding the upheaval in the mountains that brought destruction to the land. In Pisidia, when Alta ruled Earth's forces, lost life in volcanic eruptions. In Atlantis, when there were activities that brought about the second upheaval in the land, entity was what would be in the present the electrical engineer, applied those forces or influences for airplanes, ships, and what you would today call radio for constructive or destructive purposes. Evidently, there was dissension among the people at the time of this second destruction, as there had been during the first. The following reading refers to this dissension and also mentions atomic energies specifically. In Atlantean land, during those periods when there were those determining as to whether there would be the application of the laws of the children of one or of sons of Belial, in turning into destructive channels those influences of infinite power as were being gained from the elements as well as from what is termed spiritual or supernatural powers in the present. Entity wavered between choices, and when the destruction came about by the use of those rays as were applied for beneficial forces, entity misapplied ability, hence the influence of atomic energies or electrical force of any nature becomes a channel for good or bad today. Note the last sentence. This was a warning to a particular person, but a similar warning was given to many who had Atlantean incarnations, and with the atomic capabilities of man today, it is an apt warning for nations as well as for individuals. In Atlantean land in city of Poseidon, when fires of rebellion caused activities of those in high authority that brought destruction to the land, in charge of communication with Om and Mu. Since people knew of the coming destruction, many made plans to escape to other countries. In Atlantean land at time of second upheaval, counseled those making exodus to other lands. In Atlantean land during period of second disturbance, among those persuaded to go to land of Myra, or what is now Nevada in Colorado, an individual who, according to a life reading, had left Atlantis at the time of the second destruction and gone to what is now Peru, asked a question. This is one of the few readings that mention a date. Q6. What was the date of the Peruvian incarnation as given in my life reading, and what was the disturbance in the earth as mentioned? Give such details as will clear up this period. 5 years as indicated from that just given, the entity was in Atlantis when there was the second period of disturbance, which would be some 22,502 to 500 years before the periods of the Egyptian activity covered by the Exodus, or it was some 28,028,000 years before Christ, see? Then we had a period where the activities in the Atlantean land became more in prominence, where there were small channels through many of the lands. And there were those with the entity and its associates or companions who left the activities to engage in the building up of the activities in the Peruvian land. For the Atlantean were becoming decadent, or being broken up owing to the disputes between the children of the Law of One and the children of Belial. Is there any evidence that man lived in North and South America this long ago? In 1951, newspapers carried an account of discoveries from excavations in the northwestern corner of Colorado. Robert H. Lister, assistant professor of anthropology at Colorado University, is reported to have said that the stone and bone tools uncovered show that an Indian society existed there as long ago as 200 BC. On March 17, 1959, the Virginian pilot carried an article by Joseph Alsop entitled A Cookout in Antiquity. Alsop describes the discovery of the charred bones of a dwarf mammoth on Santa Rosa Island, off California, by Dr. Philip Orr of the Santa Barbara Natural History Museum, Dr. George Carter of Johns Hopkins, and Dr. Wallens Brokaw of Columbia. Dr. Broacker took some of the charred bones back to Columbia and obtained a radiocarbon date beyond 27,000 BC. Alsop mentions other finds which have pushed back the age of man in America. There is the Tule Spring site with a carbon-14 date of 23800 years ago. There is the Sandia Cave site, dated earlier than Tule Springs. Also mentioned were sites near Dallas, Texas, of a camel-eating people. Tests by the Humble Oil Company laboratories dated these remains as 38000 years old. A United Press dispatch dated 1954 tells of a find near Sicily Island, Louisiana. A contractor bulldozing gravel in a pit 35 feet deep turned up pieces of leg bones, toe bones, part of a kneecap, and several pieces of vertebrae. Dr. J.W. West, a geologist and curator of the Louisiana State University Museum, said the discovery may show that man was in this area as long as 500 years ago. Going further south, the New York Times of July 22, 1960, carried an article describing the find of Dr. Juan Arminio Camacho, director of the Department of Anthropology at the University of Pueblo in Mexico. His find consisted of a 4.1/2.5 meter long bundle of kelp, blade tips, and a disturbing mark on the soil and gravel, about 60 miles southeast of Mexico City. What is unique about this bundle of scaffolding by Systems Guide is the carving on it. It contains crisp impressions of a primitive horse, a camel, and a type of mastodon thought to have been extinct 100,000 years ago. The bone is dated at 300,000 years old. The date is confirmed by Dr. H. Marie Wormington, curator of archaeology at the Denver Museum of Natural History. To quote Dr. Wormington, "Only fresh green bone could take the kind of carving we find on this pelvic fragment. The carving could not have been done on fossil bone. The type of creature from which the bone came inhabited the area about 300 years ago. Along with the carved fragment, Dr. Camacho found other uncarved bone fragments and stone tools such as knives, boring tools, spearheads, etc. Since man is thought to have entered America from the Bering Straits, the find poses an interesting problem. That route was blocked by a great sheet of ice from 300 years ago until about 1200 years ago. Another interesting discovery was reported both by the New York Times on April 17, 1966, and Science World on April 15, 1966. Dr. Robert J. Menzies, director of Duke University's Oceanographic program, and his colleagues were working on the research ship Anton Brune off the coast of Peru, where a great trench, the Milne Edward Deep, furrows the ocean floor for 600 miles. The scientists were looking for Neopelina, a type of sea mollusk, one of Earth's oldest living fossils. Their dredges in this trench brought up some of the desired specimens, but their deep-sea diving cameras resulted in something unexpected: photographic evidence of what may have been an ancient civilization. The cameras had photographed carved rock columns resting on a muddy plain 6,000 feet underwater. The columns were covered with what appeared to be some sort of writing. Nearby, the sonic depth recorder detected strange lumps on an otherwise level bottom? Ruins of ancient buildings, perhaps? The scientists are hopeful that further research will reveal whether a great city once slipped beneath the waves of the Pacific. Dr. Menzies hopes to revisit the area in a type of submarine now being developed by the Navy for deep-sea research. He is quoted as saying that although the idea of a sunken city in the Pacific seems incredible, the evidence so far suggests one of the most exciting discoveries of the century. Such discoveries are not confined to newspapers. The 1956 Book of the Year of the Encyclopedia Britannica, under Archaeology, lists radiocarbon dates for bones of camel, long-homed bison, horse, and mammoth found near Tule Springs, Nevada, along with the tools of man, flints, scrapers, choppers, etc. The age, as determined by W.F. Libby, is 23800 years. The 1957 edition of this same reference gives similar information for buried bones found on the island of Santa Rosa off the coast of California. The age in this case is 29650 plus or minus 2,500 years. While not proof of Atlantis, these bits of bones offer evidence that man existed in the parts of the world, as indicated by the Edgar Cayce readings, as long ago as 2800 BC. Certainly recent discoveries show that man has been in the New World much longer than was previously believed. We have looked at life readings relating to the second period of disturbance, or the breaking up of Atlantis into islands. The only date mentioned was 2800 BC, but a number of readings indicate great scientific development and migrations east and west to avoid the volcanic eruptions and other disturbances. We have found some recent evidence that man was in the earth at this time, even in the very same places Edgar Cayce's life readings mentioned. However, is there anything to indicate what kind of man he was, or that he was anything but a savage? Is there any evidence for scientific development at that period? New evidence about prehistoric man is found in Geoffrey Bibby's very readable book, The Testimony of the Spade, which deals with archaeological explorations in Europe. Most people tend to think of civilization as starting with the Egyptians and outliving hitting high spots with the Greeks and Romans. They regard Europe as filled with barbarians and savages. Bibby leads his reader through numerous archaeological investigations in Europe and comes up with a number of cultures extending back thousands of years. The fact that European history was not handed down to us in writing does not mean it is not recorded in many ways. Bibby discusses, among other subjects, the cave paintings at Lascaux and Altamira. These caves of southern France and Spain contain remarkable paintings showing a high degree of artistic ability. Estimates of their age range from 500 to 300 years. They are attributed to Cro-Magnon man. Cro-Magnon man was not ape-like. Bibby says skull capacity was above Modem man. He was about 6 tall, with high forehead, prominent cheekbones, and a firm chin. If he is an ancestor of modern man, there would appear to have been a process of degeneration from that point to the present day. Remember references to the Pyrenees in the life readings? Could Cro-Magnon men have been refugees from Atlantis? The baffling and thought-provocation in the case of the Piri-Reis maps indicates that scientifically advanced civilizations existed in prehistoric eras. The story of the maps was brought to the attention of the public on August 26, 1956, in a radio broadcast by the Georgetown University Forum, Washington, D.C. Participating in the broadcast were Rev. Daniel Linehan, Senior Director of Western Observatory of Boston College, seismologist, and a participant in recent U.S. Navy explorations in Antarctica. Mr. A.H. Mallory, well-known authority on ancient maps. It was he who discovered these maps in the Library of Congress and solved their projection. Mr. I.I. Walters, cartographer formerly with the U.S. Hydrographic Office. A transcript of the broadcast is in the ARE files at Virginia Beach. Piri-Reis was a Turkish admiral and geographer of the 16th century, whose pilot and slave had been on voyages with Columbus. When captured, the pilot had with him a map used by Columbus. Using this and other ancient Greek maps, handed down from the time of Alexander the Great, Piri-Reis compiled a world map which shows the coasts of South America, Africa, and a portion of Antarctica. Interestingly, the section of Antarctica is shown in an unglaciated condition. Evidently, the surveyors who made the original map from which Piri-Reis copied his map had performed their survey thousands of years ago, before the land was covered with ice. Even more interesting, Rev. Daniel Linehan, who had conducted seismic surveys in the Antarctic, confirms the amazing accuracy of these ancient maps. Mr. Walters also confirmed the accuracy of Mr. Mallory's ancient maps and said that some of the maps showed mountain ranges in Canada and Alaska that the Army Map Service once did not have, but which have since been found. They also record accurately the subglacial topography of Greenland. The statement was made in the broadcast that it would seem impossible for such a mapping feat to have been accomplished without the aid of aerial surveys. Were the Piri-Reis maps copies of older maps made by the Atlanteans with airplanes? Is this another link in the chain of evidence supporting the Edgar Cayce life readings? A chain growing stronger, not weaker, with scientific discoveries in various fields? Along with their scientific achievements, the Atlanteans had their social problems. The same terms, sons of the Law of One and sons of Belial, are used to describe the opposing factions. The basic cause of the friction between the two groups was the same as it had been in the past, selfishness, and the same as it is today. The following quotations are taken from 5 readings, some of which were given 11 years apart. Each relates a different aspect of what was happening at the time, but the time itself is fixed by a reference to this being before the second destruction, or before the upheavals that separated the large landmass into islands. In Atlantis, before the second upheavals, a priestess in the temple, through which mystics studied those tenets, of the application of spiritual laws to material things. In Atlantean land prior to second upheavals, one sympathetic to lowly workers. In Atlantis, before second breaking up of the land, used divine force for gratifying selfish appetites. In Atlantean land, during period of changing of individuals from double sex, or the abilities of progeneration of activities of self. Priestess, just before the activities of sons of Belial, that brought about period of second destruction, entity aided common people. Its consideration brought about worshipfulness to the entity. In Atlantean land before period of second turmoils that separated land into islands, in city of Eden, in Posidia, among Atlan lands and people, during building of temple of Law of One. A number of other life readings, also given months and years apart, may be pieced together to glimpse what occurred during this second period of destruction. Whichever group may be blamed for setting in motion forces that led to the ensuing destruction, both suffered. In Atlantean land during second of destructive forces that brought destruction to those of one faith and to those of Belial, a brother of Prince of Atlantis, whose name was Atlan. At the time when rebellious forces disputed the acts and laws pertaining to the communication with what is termed in the present unseen forces, entities saw upheavals from destructive forces from the prisms. Activities that brought fires to the surface from nature's storehouse. 1835. This reference to prisms probably refers to the crystals described in other readings. The description of these crystals sounds as if Edgar Cayce was trying to describe what is known today as a laser or maser. The next few quotations from individual readings given years apart confirm and amplify statements in other readings, such as 1. During this second period of destruction, the Atlantean landmass was divided into islands. 2. Strife between groups characterized or even brought on this destruction. 3. Much of the discord centered around the attitudes towards the things or those of low estate. In Atlantean land, when turmoils and strife arose from rejections of tenets of Law of One, and there was egress from that city of the Posidian land when upheavals began, and upheavals from within. In Atlantean land, when rebellions brought about separation in the isles, and upheavals in the lands aided in bringing the beauties of life as well as necessities to peoples. 1997. The next two quotations are from readings given 10 years apart. The phraseology is different, but they probably refer to incarnations near the same period of time. Certainly they refer to the same problem. Of upper classes in Posidian land, belittled self for better understanding between those that ruled and those that supplied necessities. In Atlantean land, during period of disturbances between sons of Belial and sons of Law of One of priests creating better conditions for the things or those used as laboring people in those periods. The following reading probably also refers to the same era. In Atlantean land, when there were those disturbances due to confusion arising between those in authority that would make for the universality of knowledge of all nature and those that held for caste or position. These readings indicate dissensions caused by social problems. The reference to the things imply that these creations probably had the status of slaves and were treated more like slaves or robots than human beings. Evidently, one group, the sons of Belial, wanted to keep these creatures in a state of slavery, while the other group, the sons of the Law of One, wanted to treat these creatures like the entrapped souls they were and help them regain a comprehension of their relationship with God. Some of the readings become quite specific about the problems. In Atlantis, when there were turmoils between children of Law of One and sons of Belial, found sons of Belial desirable for gratification of material emotions and desires. At this point, it might be well to quote from a reading that not only indicates a high development of psychic ability at this period of Atlantean history, but gives more details on the warring factions of that long-ago age. Also in this reading are statements regarding those who had pushed themselves into matter for self-gratification only, who had lost self-retrieval and become as things. Edgar Cayce began the reading by saying, "In giving the interpretation of the records, or a biographical interpretation of the experiences of the entity during the Atlantean sojourn, something of the history and conditions at the time should be comprehended, if the interpretation is to be in terms of present-day experiences. Through that particular period of experiences in Atlantis, the children of the Law of One, including this entity, Rhea, as the High Priestess, were giving periods to the concentration of thought for the use of the universal forces through the guidance or direction of the saints, as would be termed today. There are few terms in the present that would indicate the state of consciousness, save that, through the concentration of the group mind of the children of the Law of One, they entered into a fourth dimensional consciousness, or were absent from the body." The reading goes on to indicate that such group meditation, prayer, and concentration together promoted knowledge and understanding within the group. It sounds as if such activity resulted in a sort of tapping of the subconscious and using powers of the mind not normally used in the conscious state. The same reading later refers to those who used individuals and material things for self-aggrandizement or indulgence without due consideration for the freedom of choice or decision by those who were then in a physical experience in that state of evolution of developing their mental abilities for single or separate activity. Later on, the reading describes something of the consciousness of the individuals in that state of evolution or development referred to as things. Those individuals who had, through their sojourns in the earth as souls, pushed into matter as to become separate entities without the consideration of principle or the ability of self-retreat, might be compared to the domestic pets of today, as the present development of the horse, the mule, the dog, the cat. This is not intended to indicate that there is transmigration or transmutation of the soul from animal to human, but the comparison is made as to trait, as to mind, as to how those so domesticated in the present are dependent upon their masters for that consideration of their material as well as mental welfare. Yet in each there is still the instinct, the predominant nature of that class or group, soul impregnation into which it has pushed itself for self-expression. 2, 4, 6, 4, 2, Nod, 13, 1941. Evidently, some wanted to keep these creatures in their place as slaves or robots to be used for their own pleasure and convenience, while others wanted to see them develop to higher states of consciousness. Disputes arose over whether these things were to be exploited or to be made equals with those endowed with spiritual understanding. The preceding reading gives a further explanation of the difference in attitude of the sons of the Law of One and the sons of Belial, a difference that we might summarize today as like that between those who follow Christ and those who follow self. The following paragraph, which was also in this reading, states that these same problems remain to this day. For, as it remains in the present day, that declaration made and those influences entertained, whether for construction or destruction, depend upon the spirit with which the declaration was made. In other words, with what spirit do ye declare thyself? That in conformity with the universal consciousness, the law of love, or that of hate, dissension, contention, which brings or produce burdens upon thy fellow associates? For the law of love is unchangeable, in that as ye do it to the least of thy fellows, ye do it to thy Maker. The three readings next quoted amplify the concepts just described. Also, they are very characteristic of the consistency of the Edgar Cayce data. One was given in January of 1944, one in June of 1944, and one 10 years previously. Yet they so obviously refer to the same period of time in Atlantis that they might have been given 10 minutes apart. It is this consistency that lends authenticity to the amazing data that poured from Edgar Cayce's subconscious. In Atlantis, during what was known as the second breaking up of the land, when the children of Law of One yet embraced many activities of sons of Belial, as bidden by ones in authority, there should be little mixing of groups in efforts to establish, to use offspring as beasts of burden, or workers in clay or in mills. A priest of the Law of One pitted self against many of those things that were presented by people that were being drawn gradually into self-indulgence. This was during the time when there was the breaking up of the Atlantean land, when there was the breaking up of the Atlantean land, when there was then waging of the eternal laws of one with those that worshipped Belial, and those that worshipped the satisfying of physical desire, those that worshipped ease and pleasure in a material world. In Atlantis, during period of second upheaval, when sons of Belial and sons of Law of One made those great changes in the application of the Law of One to material benefits or for the special privileged. This second period of destruction did not entirely destroy Atlantis, according to the Edgar Cayce readings. The land was split into islands. Some lost their lives, and some migrated elsewhere, but many stayed, and for a while things quieted down. A high state of civilization continued, for electricity is mentioned and atomic energy implied. This may have been the period of polar shifting, for climatic changes from temperate to torrid are suggested by the shifting of the activities of the earth itself. In that land now known as the Atlantean during those days, when there were the attempts of those to bring quiet, to bring order out of the chaos by the destructive forces that had made for the eruptions in the land, that had divided the lands and had changed not only the temperate to a more torrid region, but by the shifting of the activities of the earth itself that had made the records of those things, whereby there might be the cleansing of the body from the pollutions of the world or of the animal kingdom. Other readings given years apart surely refer to the same era. Scientific advancement is indicated by allusions to electrical forces, and radioactive rays are implied. Also, the things are again mentioned. In Atlantean land, when there were the attempts to reconstruct the activities of the people after the second of upheavals, or breaking up, of the land or continent applied materially electricity or electrical forces. In Atlantis, during time of readjustment from period of second destruction. 5. 0, 9, 6, 1. April 18th, 1944. In Atlantean land, just after second breaking up of the land owing to misapplication of divine laws upon those things of nature or of the earth, when there were the eruptions from the second using of those influences that were for man's own development, yet becoming destructive forces to flesh when misapplied. In Atlantis, during those periods between the second and last upheaval, when there was great antagonism between the sons of Belial and the sons of the Law of One, a priestess to the laboring ones made overtures to the peoples for the acknowledging of the laborers and to make their experience easier. Those laborers were considered by many as things rather than individual souls. This last quotation brings us to the end of Atlantean civilization and to the final destruction of the remaining islands of a once great continent. This, I believe, is the destruction alluded to by Plato. Here, the remnant of a once vast civilization, still capable of scientific achievement, is plagued by the problems of selfishness and man's inhumanity to man, problems that beset it from the beginning. In fact, the problems man faces today seem to differ little from those he faced when first he entered materiality. Chapter 5. The Final Destruction. A great many of the life readings deal with this period of time, the final destruction of Atlantis and parallel activity in Egypt. In fact, about 50% of all the life readings mentioning Atlantis are concerned with this era. There are several reasons. Probably most important is that Edgar Cayce, according to his own life readings, had an incarnation in Egypt at this time. Many persons closely associated with Edgar Cayce also had life readings, and these people too had Egyptian incarnations then. This Egyptian period of association was influencing their present lives. Consider the following. Q6. Have I known any of the people in a former life with whom I have come in contact in this life? A 6. Most we meet few people by chance, but all our opportunities in one experience or another. We are due them or they are due us certain considerations. 3, 2, 4, 6, 1. Thus, according to the Edgar Cayce readings, it is likely, rather than unlikely, that we have known in past lives most of the people with whom we associate in the present life. Many of the life readings, although they mention Atlantis, are concerned with happenings in Egypt having to do with Atlanteans who migrated there during the final destruction of the remaining islands. The few quotes I have selected from the many life readings involving Egyptian prehistory indicate the time of the final Atlantean disaster and the fact that, as in the past, the Atlanteans went to various other countries to the east and to the west. The time of these events is so remote, over 1,000,000 years ago, that few records remain. Those that do are either undiscovered or unrecognized. Some of the life readings, such as the following, simply mention the third or final destruction. In the Atlantean land before the third destruction, assisted Alta the scribe in preparing a history of the land. Others are more specific and mention dates and places to which some of the inhabitants fled to avoid the imminent disaster. In Atlantis, during periods of the breaking up of the land, set sail for Egypt, but ended up in the Pyrenees in what are now Portuguese, French, and Spanish lands. In Calais may still be seen the marks in the chalk cliffs of the entity's followers as attempts to create a temple activity for the followers of the Law of One. First, to establish a library of knowledge in 1,0300 BC, in what later became Alexandria, in Egypt. The above gives a specific date and also mentions marks in the chalk cliffs at Calais, which exist today, or which did exist in June 1934, when the reading was given. The final exodus from Atlantis seems to have been organized. It took place over a longer period of time than Plato indicated. This is illustrated by these two extracts from life readings given about 3 years apart. With the realization of the children of the Law of One, that there was to be the final breaking up of the Pisidian Atlantean lands, there were the emigrations with many of the leaders to the various lands. In the Atlantean land, when there was the breaking up of the isles, and it had been given out that those that would or were to be saved must journey to the various centers to which the leaders had been given the passports of Plantshilla. Among those that came first to what is now the Pyrenees and later to the Akitians after they had been set up, years before, in the Egyptian land, not all of the Atlantean came east to Europe and Africa. Many, according to the life readings, traveled west to the Americas. This is deduced from 2 readings given 5 years apart. Both refer to migrations westward to escape the final destruction of Atlantis. In the Atlantean land, during those periods when there were the activities that brought about the last destruction through the warring of sons of Law and One and sons of Belial, among those sent to what later became the Yucatan land of the Mayan experiences, in Atlantean land, when there were those periods of the last upheavals or the disappearance of the Isles of Pisidia, the Inky lands of the people of the Isles of Pisidia, the Peruvian land as called in the present, in a land as called in the present. In the following excerpts are hints that some record of these migrations may be discovered. In Atlantis, when there was the breaking up of the land, came to what was called the Mayan land, or what is now Yucatan. Entity was the first to cross the water in the plane or air machine of that period. In land now known as Yucatan, when there were establishments from Atlantean land, entities in temple as a recorder were periods of dissension with those in authority. When there were the decisions of most of the people to join with the movement to what is now portions of Arizona, entities chose to remain. Records may eventually be discovered again. 5, 2, 4, 5, 1. June 3, 1944. In Atlantean land, during period of egress before final destruction, coordinated departure activities, journeyed to Central America, where some of the temples are being uncovered today, began practice of cremation. Ashes may be found in one of temples prepared for same. At the time of these life readings, it was believed that man had been in North and South America for only a few thousand years. This last reading was given in 1935. On February 10, 1935, the Washington Herald carried a full-page article about the recent discoveries of F.A. Mitchell Hedges. Mitchell Hedges, a noted British explorer and a member of the Maya Committee of the British Museum, had found traces of a civilization on islands off the coast of Central America. This civilization, he stated, may be a remnant of the fabled Atlantis. The British Museum avoided any reference to Atlantis, but officially stated that this is an early culture from which the early forms of culture were diffused over Central America. The Museum of the American Indian Heike Foundation, New York, concurred with the findings of the British Museum according to the newspaper article and wrote Mitchell Hedges, "Your own observations and the U.S. government surveys in Nicaragua prove conclusively that at some remote period, a tremendous earth movement of cataclysmic force must have taken place in that part of the world. And your excavations have actually unearthed the cultural artifacts of a prehistoric people that existed prior to that earth movement. Your discoveries open up an entirely new vista in regard to the ancient civilizations of the American continent." On October 4th, 1959, the New York Herald Tribune carried an article about the discovery of archaeological sites in Colombia in the Andes. These sites, characterized by unusual statues, are described as an archaeological mystery for which no definite chronological or cultural links to other known civilizations have been established. The San Jose News of February 13, 1964, carried an article describing finds in the Teotihuacan Valley 150 miles south of Mexico City. Several different phases of inhabitation were uncovered, Radiocarbon dates of 7,200 BC for the early periods were established, but Dr. McNeish, archaeologist for the Robert S. Peabody Foundation, stated that the first occupants may have been in the area 3,000 or 4,000 years earlier. That is 1, 0, 0, 0, 0 to 1, 100, 0 years BC. A discussion of ancient civilizations in the Americas is to be found in a 4-column article in the New York Times, December 3, 1961. W.P. Luce describes a Motomare tour of Mexico's ancient ruins and gives details of an archaeological site 32 miles from Mexico City, so old that even the Aztecs knew nothing about its origin. This is Teotihuacan, the site of the Pyramid of the Sun. The pyramid and its surrounding buildings were ruins hundreds of years before the arrival of Shrelodorus. The pyramid itself has been reconstructed into a structure as tall as a 20-story skyscraper. From the top, one may view a beautiful valley filled with the remains of the once great Teotihuacan culture. These people were excellent sculptors and painters, as well as architects and engineers. Luce says the sculptured representations of the feathered serpent are fashioned with as much talent as the gargoyles on Notre Dame in Paris. The arrangements of the citadel and flanking buildings show a good sense of proportion. However, these ruins raise more questions than they answer. No one knows who built them, or why, or what happened to the builders. The following reading sheds some light on the ancestors of the Maya, Inca, Aztec, and other old civilizations of Central and South America. It indicates that many different influences have injected themselves into this area, some from Atlantis, some from the Pacific region, and thousands of years later, a mosaic influence. The mound builders of early America apparently came up from Central America. You will give an historical treatise on the origin and development of the Mayan civilization, answering questions. Mr. C. Yes. In giving a record of the civilization in this particular portion of the world, it should be remembered that more than one has been and will be found as research progresses. That which we find would be of particular interest would be that which superseded the Aztec civilization. That was so ruthlessly destroyed or interrupted by Cortez. In that preceding this, we had rather a combination of sources or a high civilization that was influenced by injection of forces from other channels, other sources, as will be seen or may be determined by that which may be given. From time as counted in the present, we would turn back to 10600 years before the Prince of Peace came into the land of promise, and find a civilization being disturbed by corruption from within, to such measures that the elements join in bringing devastation to a stiff-necked and adulterous people. With the second and third upheavals in Atlantis, there were individuals who left those lands and came to this particular portion then visible. But understand, the surface was quite different from that which would be viewed in the present, for rather than being a tropical area, it was more of the temperate and quite varied in the conditions and positions of the face of the areas themselves. In following such a civilization as a historical presentation, it may be better understood by taking into consideration the activities of an individual or group, or their contribution to such a civilization. This, of necessity, then, would not make for a complete historical fact, but rather the activities of an individual and the followers, or those that chose one of their own as leader. Then, with the leavings of the civilization in Atlantis, in Pisidia, more specific, Iltar, with a group of followers that had been of the household of Atlan, the followers of the worship of the One, with some 10 individuals, left this land, Pisidia, and came westward, entering what would now be a portion of Yucatan, and there began, with the activities of the peoples there, the development into a civilization that rose much in the same manner as that which had been in the Atlantean land. Others had left the land later, others had left earlier. There had been the upheavals, also from the land of Mu or Lemuria, and these had their part in the changing, or there was the injection of their tenants in the varied portions of the land, which was much greater in extent until the final upheaval of Atlantis, or the islands that were later upheaved. When much of the contour of the land in Central America and Mexico was changed to that similar in outline to that which may be seen in the present. The first temples that were erected by Eltar and his followers were destroyed at the period of change, physically in the contours of the land. That now being found, and a portion already discovered that has lain in waste for many centuries, was then a combination of those peoples from Mu, Oz, and Atlantis. As I understand the proceeding, man had migrated to South and Central America and to the western part of North America from Atlantis and from lands in the Pacific Ocean. This had taken place from 2800 BC, the time of the second upheavals in Atlantis, to around 10000 BC, the time of the final destruction of Atlantis. During the final destruction, some of the settled portions of Central and South America sank, and the Caribbean area assumed its present land contours. The inhabitants of Central and South America were now a mixture of those who had come earlier from Atlantis and the Pacific area, and those who had come at the final destruction of Atlantis, as indicated by the following paragraph from the same reading 57501. Hence these places partook of the earlier portions of that peoples called the Incal, though the Incals were themselves the successors of those of Oz, or Og, in the Peruvian land, and Mu, in the southern portions of that now called California and Mexico, and southern New Mexico in the United States. This was not the end of migrations to the Americas, though, for the same reading continues with a statement suggesting a mosaic influx. This again found a change when there were the injections from those peoples that came with the division of the peoples and that called the Promised Land. Hence, we may find in these ruins that which partakes of the Egyptian, Lemurian, and Oz civilizations, and the later activities partaking even of the Mosaic activities. The reading then discusses the type of ruins characteristic of each period. Some circular stones, used in connection with religious ceremonies, are said to date back to early descendants of the Atlanteans. The pyramids and altars before the doors of temples were associated with other groups. Much later, there was supposedly a Jewish or Mosaic influence. The intermingling of various groups resulted in a mixed civilization which developed in Yucatan and Mexico near where Mexico City stands today. Some of these people migrated to the southwestern United States. Others later moved into the central and eastern portions of America and became what is referred to as the mound builders. Some corroboration of these statements from Edgar Cayce's life reading may be found in the Encyclopedia Britannica in the section Indians of North America. In a discussion of the Indians in various parts of the United States, there is the statement, "The American Indian appears not to represent a homogeneous racial stock, though it has been customary so to describe him. It is likely that the peopling of the American continents was accomplished over a long period of time in successive waves of migration. Moreover, these succeeding waves were doubtless composed of people of different points of origin, quite likely of different language stock, and certainly of non-homogeneous physical types." Turning again to the Book of the Hopi by Frank Waters, the destruction of the Third World sounds very much like the final destruction of Atlantis. Hopi myth and legend described this Third World as one of a rapidly increasing population in which great cities were created and crafts flourished. One tribe made a patuvota, which could fly through the air with people on it, and this was used in warfare. The people became so corrupt, wicked, and warlike that their world was destroyed, this time by a great flood. Waves higher than mountains rolled in on the land, and continents broke asunder and sank beneath the seas. Some were saved by traveling in boats from island to island until they reached a great land. the Hopi legends continue with the migrations of various clans. There are indications in symbols and stories which have been handed down that the ancestors of the Hopi were related to the mound builders and that various clans and tribes migrated to the southwestern United States from a land to the south. The legendary history in this book of the Hopi, first published in 1963, agrees uncannily with material given in life readings 20 to 30 years previously. Volume 15 of the Encyclopedia Britannica describes the mound builders as being prehistoric inhabitants of America. Some of their mounds are quite impressive in size. One in Ohio, representing a serpent, is 1,348 feet long. The jaws of the snake are 75 feet across. The body is 30 feet wide and 5 feet high. Other mounds in Wisconsin are gigantic earthen figures of birds, mammals, and reptiles. The purpose of the mounds is not known. They are supposed to be totemic. Other type mounds are found in Tennessee, along with graves. A study of the skulls from the mounds proves these Stone Age men were not all of one race. This reading concerning the early inhabitants of America raises as many questions as it answers, but recent discoveries are pushing back the age of man in the Americas and uncovering evidence for pre-Columbian communication between the hemispheres. To those who have studied the data in the ARRE files, it is no longer surprising that recent research keeps turning up evidence for ancient peoples in the areas designated by Edgar Cayce in life readings given over 30 years ago. In the April 28, 1967 issue of the New York Times, there is an article about finds of American and Mexican archaeologists at Puebla, a town about 100 miles southeast of Mexico City. Stone tools, generally unlike any other known New World artifacts, were discovered in an old riverbed. Also found in the same strata were remains of Ice Age animals such as antelope, wolf, horses, camels, and sloths. Overlaying the tools and bones was a layer of ash from Ixtachy, a former seawall from a mountain nearby. Carbon-14 tests by the U.S. Geological Survey of a tree burned in the ashfall dates the fall at more than 400 years ago. Snail and clamshells in a nearby strata, thought to be about the same age as the bones and tools, were dated at more than 3,500 years old. The Times reporter who interviewed one of the archaeologists by phone quotes her as saying, "We have no hints of the type of peoples who might have inhabited the area." This same reading closes on a note of prophecy in answer to a question. Q4. In which pyramid or temple are the records mentioned in the readings given through this channel on Atlantis in April 1932? A4 has given that temple was destroyed at the time there was the last destruction in Atlantis. Yet, as the time draws nigh when the changes are to come about, there may be the opening of those three places where the records are won, to those that are the initiates in the knowledge of the one God. The temple by Iltar will then rise again. Also, there will be the opening of the temple or hall of records in Egypt, and those records that were put into the heart of the Atlantean land may also be found there, that have been kept for those that are of that group. The records are 1. The discovery of any sort of records pertaining to Atlantis, besides causing an uproar in the archaeological field, should offer conclusive validation of Edgar Cayce's Atlantean life readings. Some Atlanteans came directly to Egypt, but others went first to what is now Spain or Portugal, particularly the Pyrenees region. This fact is mentioned in readings given 10 years apart. In Atlantean land, when there was knowledge that there soon was to be the destruction of that land, and there were attempts of individuals to leave the land. An entity among those who went to Egypt. Among Atlanteans who first came to Egypt, journeyed to what is now a portion of Portugal or the Pyrenees, where some Atlanteans had set up temple activity, aided in decorations of temple. 1, 2, 3, 1. Feb. 19, 1936, in Atlantis, when there was the breaking up of the land, among those that went to what is now the Spanish land. While many changed to the Egyptian land, the entity remained in Pyrenees and established those tenets and truths that aided much until hordes from the African land brought destruction to those people. In Atlantis at time of disputes, when many sent to many lands, a mathematician came to Pyrenees, journeyed through the air, later came to Egypt. This reading mentions later that this person became famous as a builder of dams and buildings. The final destruction of Atlantis, or the remaining islands, may have been sudden and violent, but evidently the people had warnings of what might happen. Individual references in the Edgar Cayce life readings indicate an organized exodus. The survivors attempted to continue their way of life in their new homes, as we can see by the various occupations listed in readings referring to this period. Conducted people from Atlantis to Egypt previous to last destruction worked with adorning buildings with gems and precious stones. Among those who came from Atlantis to Egypt, in command of the fleets or ships, explored along waterways. Among those who journeyed from Atlantean land to Egypt, entity young at time, aided in development of mechanical appliances for cutting stone, etc., came to Egypt from Pyrenees land, hence came with latter portion of those from Atlantean land. In Egyptian land, when there was the entering of those that sought aid or refuge from turmoil arising in native land, the entity among those that came from Atlantean land and aided in replenishing and rebuilding of the temple service, for entity was a household that followed law of one. In Atlantean land, when divisions arose with destruction coming upon the land, chose to go with groups going to Egypt, what would be known as a chemist, aided in making lands of the Nile more productive. In order to understand the extracts concerning this era, we should know something of what was happening in Egypt at this time. Judging from material gathered from a number of individual and general life readings covering this period, it seems that from between 10000 and 100 BC, a tribe from the Carpathian region invaded and conquered Egypt. One of the leaders of this tribe was a priest named Ra-Ta. Ra-Ta was Edgar Cayce, or Edgar Cayce was Ra-Ta, depending upon your point of view. In Egypt, Ra-Ta's religious teachings attracted a large following. However, there was already political friction in Egypt and tension between the ruling classes and the native Egyptians. Ra-Ta was caught up in this political intrigue, and after a native rebellion, he was banished for 9 years to what is now Abyssinia. At the height of the confusion, refugees began arriving in Egypt from Atlantis. The Atlanteans, scientifically more advanced than the Egyptians, found little in common with the inhabitants of Egypt and began to set up their old way of life. Leaders of the ruling class and leaders of the native rebellion soon realized that these incoming Atlanteans, with their superior scientific knowledge and radically different social and religious views, posed a new threat. A leader had to be found, around whom the people could rally to turn the power of the Atlanteans into constructive channels. In an effort to bring some order out of the chaos, the leaders in power decided to recall the priest from banishment. Only he might correlate the activities of all these conflicting groups. This move was successful, and with the cooperation of the rulers of Egypt, the priest, the Atlanteans, and the natives there ensued a period of great advancement in human relations. The then civilized portions of the world enjoyed a period of moral, mental, spiritual, and physical development. Combination hospital and educational institutions called the Temple of Sacrifice and the Temple of Beauty were set up and probably functioned like the psychiatric wing of a modern hospital. There the masses flocked for mental as well as physical therapy. Evidently, besides low mental development and / or lack of moral judgment and self-retrieve, some people classed as servants, or learned things, or automatons, had physical deformities linking them to the animal world. They may have had tails, feathers, or scales. This was a holdover from the early projection of souls into materiality for selfish purposes, at which time monstrosities as well as creatures of beauty were created. It seems that these institutions of physical and psychic healing were successful. In fact, there was a worldwide dissemination of ideas, knowledge, and teachings. The few dates given concerning this period indicate that all this took place 10000 to 100 years BC. Information on this period was collected from life readings of both Atlantean and early Egyptian incarnations under the headings Migrations to Egypt, Recall of the Priests, Correlation of Activities, Temple Beautiful and Temple of Sacrifice, Records and Dates. A great number of quotations from individual life readings, many given years apart, lend these events an aura of reality. I cannot, at this time, prove this material is history, not fiction, but I don't think anyone can disprove it. And Edgar Cayce insists that records exist of the Atlantean civilization. Since he has been accurate in the past, I should not be surprised if someday these records are discovered. Let us look at the collection of readings mentioning migrations to the Pyrenees and to Egypt. In Egypt, but of the Atlantean people when there was the exodus to what is now the Spanish or Pyrenees land, and then to Egypt, with the establishment of the coalition between Egyptians and Atlanteans, aided in preparations for vocational guidance for various groups. In Spanish land, when there were those who were interpreters of the seal through which elements were used for heat, power, electrical forces, thus none of the modern conveniences area mystery at all, even though they may not be understood, for entity has expected to see same again. In Egypt, when there were gatherings of those that had escaped from the land that was destroyed or the Atlantean land, entity persuaded many to make for activities that would preserve to the people what would be recipes, placards, drawings, etc. These were first of such to be brought to Egyptian natives, and first attempts to make for a written language. Various occupations were mentioned, indicating an advanced civilization. Came into Egypt from Atlantis when very young in years, became what today would be an instructor in psychological tests. 1, 7, 5, 1, 1, Novo, 18, 19, 38. An Atlantean who came to Egypt, aided in styling for dress and conveniences for home. 11201, Feb 13, 1936. There is an indication that many of the native Egyptians of that period were deficient physically, mentally, or morally. In Egyptian land, when there were those people from Atlantis who had come into the land, the third Atlantean child born in Egypt, to many of the natives, to many who followed the teachings of Ra, Ta, it was a curiosity, for it was perfect in body, in form, and in color. 3, 6, 4, 5, 1, Jan. 15, 1944. Came into Egypt when the children of the Law of One realized there was to be the breaking up of the Pisidian or Atlantean land. This reading mentions attempts to coordinate teachings with priests of that period, mentions establishment of Temple of Sacrifice and Temple Beautiful. These offered a channel for purging body and mind, as a school or hospital would today. Among Atlanteans who came into Egypt during time of return of priest, and the establishment of penal law as well as moral and spiritual law. The following extracts refer to the banishment and recall of the priest. Note the consistency of statements made in life readings for separate individuals, readings which were given over a period of 5 years. In Egypt, one of the guards sent with priest to what is now Abyssinian land during 9 years of priest's banishment. In Egypt during turmoils, banishment of priest and gatherings from Atlantean land, came from Parthenian or Persian lands from which the conquerors then of Egypt had come. In Egypt, gave first consideration for unifying the land by return of priest and the acceptance of activities of those from Atlantean land. In Egypt, when there were attempts to induce the king to recall the priest, aided in correlating with Atlantean and general populace the reasons for recall of priest. The following extract, given for a prayer group, some of whom were associated with Edgar Cayce in Egypt, gives more details of the recall of the priest and activities in Egypt during that period. When the Atlanteans in that experience began to influence the spiritual and moral life of the Egyptians, during those turmoils which had arisen through the rebellions as indicated, there came that desire, that purpose, especially on the part of the natives, as well as those who had been adherents partly to the tenets of the priest, that the priest be returned, that there might be a better understanding. For the native leaders especially realized that their own activities or representation in the spiritual, moral, and religious life would be destroyed if there was the adhering to the tenets being presented by the Atlanteans. And as might be termed in the present, some indicated that the priest alone would be a match for those activities of some of the stronger or more forward Atlanteans, for they had brought with them, as had the priest, many things, or individuals, or entities, that were without purpose, or merely automatons, to labor or act for the leaders in the various spheres of activity, which means they acted as relatively late as possible, in every tribe that lived. Therefore, even at this relatively late date, there were still in existence a number of creatures used as slaves. These beings were discussed in previous chapters. And, as the natives found, such beings were being classified or fudged to be such as many of the natives of the land. Hence there were overtures made to the ruler and to those in authority with same, that the priest be recalled. With the return of the priest there began the choosing as to who was to be considered an authority in the spiritual precepts, and there was the activity of the priest in choosing entities, individuals from all walks of life, all stations, whether in authority in the political or the economic or the general affairs of the land. The wisdom of the Egyptians in recalling the priest was soon justified. Not only did the political tension relax, but the priest began establishing institutions for the hospitalization and education of the things, the beings who were used as slaves. Thus, as has been indicated, there arose the needs for the temple of sacrifice, where entities, individuals, might offer themselves for the purification of their bodies, that they first might be channels through which there might come entities, souls, manifesting in the earth with the entire activity of body, mind, and soul. It was the same intent as had been the purpose of the priest in the choice of that individual through whom the pure race, the pure activities of a better purpose might be made manifest. This, to be sure, caused a great deal of dissension among the leaders in those groups of the Atlanteans. Thus, as has been indicated, there were the needs for the priest to enter into that period of meditation, of setting himself aside, purifying self through continuous prayer, continuous seeking, continuous opening of those forces. Thus we have the priest's rejuvenation, or the turning back of age as it were, or those conditions which would hinder the activities. And this began that period in which even members of the present prayer group prayed and meditated with the entity, not in companionship to be sure, but in their own desire that there might be a unifying of the purposes, the desires. The reading goes on to describe the temple beautiful and temple of sacrifice by comparing, say, to the present hospitals where there might be operative measures used for the removal of such things as tumors, breaks, growths, or the like. The temple of sacrifice was a physical experience, while the temple beautiful was rather of the mental, in which there was the spiritualization, not idolizing but crystallizing, of activities or services to a special purpose, or specializing in preparation for given officers of activity. The following extracts refer to the recall of the priest and also hint at the type of activity associated with his recall. Whether the readings were given 7 days apart or 6 years apart, they are consistent in their description of the activities taking place in Egypt and Atlantis at this period. Made trips to and from Casidian or Atlantean land during times of turmoils when many individuals and groups went to and from Atlantis, settled in Egypt after restoration of priest Rata. Priestess and temple in Atlantis when there was the breaking up of peoples owing to destructive forces went into Egypt, aided in recall of priest. All of these extracts from different individual life readings refer to the Egyptian priest specifically. In Atlantis, when there was rebellions by children of Belial and preparations for leaving because of upheavals and influences that were to bring about the complete destruction, journeyed to what is now a part of Spain, later to the Egyptian land, with recall of priest aided in correlation of activities. In Egypt during period of reconstruction, when priest returned for bringing order out of chaos, by rebellions of natives as well as theological activities of Atlantean, entity active in aiding individuals not only to become better channels for propagation of families, but in vocational guidance. The next 4 extracts are most specific regarding activities in the temples. In Egypt in periods of rebellion, entity active in people's period, leaving the karma breathing heavily, weaponized against the karma of earth, entity active in priest and reconciliations, entity active in hospitalization for variations in physical or physiognomy of race. In Egypt, active in clarifying how there might be political, material, spiritual progress through recall of priests. In Egyptian land during those periods of reconstruction, for the entity was among the Atlanteans who came into the land, though not outwardly active in the disputes that arose. With the reestablishing of the priest and the variations wrought by the reconstruction in the various temples, or the various means for changing the characteristics of groups and individuals, the entity was among those who interpreted the same in the music of the temple worship or temple service. In Egypt, a native of the lands to which the priest was banished returned with the priest, attempted to make song and dance a part of temple service, first to combine reeds and lyre, or the stringed instruments as a combination, for the songs of the Atlanteans. The natives chant, the wild revelry of its own land, to arouse the emotions necessary for concerted activity of the peoples. Although the scientific development at this time does not seem to have been as great as at the time of the second destruction, and during the period between second and final destruction, there still was some degree of technology remaining. In Atlantean land, when there was the breaking up of the land owing to the attempts of the sons of Belial to use the activities of the sons of the Law of One for self-indulgence, self-aggrandizement, because of desires for activities in which the baser metals, the baser activities, might be turned into use for pleasures of the sons of Belial, used such gases, liquid air, explosives, things having to do with both creative and destructive forces. Entities studied these, and these activities, with those with whom entity journeyed to the Egyptian land, brought both good and bad in the Egyptian land. Some of natives and some who rebelled against the king attempted to use these, though not part of this entity's experience. Entity's knowledge of same brought disturbing forces. With return of priest, these turned into constructive channels, as in hospitalization, manners of moving great stone figures, etc. In Egypt, of native people, became active with return of priest as interpreter of speech of Atlantean land and Gobi land. Of Atlantean people, but born in Egypt, in period of rebuilding after turmoils, aided others to become emissaries, going itself to Gobi land. Before I quote further from readings that deal with world travel, let us consider some that mention the Temple of Beauty specifically, and the activities associated with these hospital-like institutions. Even though these temples were in Egypt, a number of Atlantean were associated with their construction and use. In Atlantean land, when there was the breaking up of the land through use of spiritual truths for material gains of physical power, administered in Temple of Sun, from which all power was used for aid in material things, aided in giving instruction for preservation of lives to go to other lands. Entity came to Egypt, and in later years saw in Temple of Sacrifice and Temple of Beauty, or Temple Beautiful, the perfection and preservation of bodies of even those the entity and associates had considered rabble, saw that the Lord is not a respecter of persons, but loves those that love their brethren. Came from Atlantis into Egypt when young in years, became supervisor over granaries, storehouses of gold and precious stones, the divisions of these things that were to go to those in positions of authority for the sustaining of the land and for propagation of knowledge as might be of a helpful nature. Entity in position of engineer in broader sense, not only in being able to lay out lands and construction of bridges, viaducts, ships, etc., but in holy things, in building altars in Temple Beautiful and Temple of Sacrifice. The following extract, inexact, indicates that there had been temples in Atlantis similar to the ones constructed in Egypt. Of Atlanteans who came into Egypt, interpreted in Temple Beautiful those beauties of temples in Poseidon. The next group of extracts indicate some of the uses or accomplishments of these temples. In Egypt during times of turmoils, when there were sojourners from Atlantis, as a teacher, organized groups of those purified in Temple of Sacrifice for specific purposes, artisans, agriculturalists, etc. In Egyptian land during periods of rebuilding of material, religious, and social order, reared with children of young king, became favorite of king in activities in which there were the classifying of groups of individuals for their special service in the various formations and activities, in the commercial sense as well as in the building of relationships that had to do with the Temple Beautiful and Temple of Sacrifice. These temples were on the order of what today we call our educational institutions and hospitals that prepared men and women of that period for greater service to their country and to their people, for glory of creative forces or God. Hence, we find the entity was active especially in the influences for the establishing of the temples of sacrifice and the Temple Beautiful that represented or offered a channel through which there was a purging of the bodies as well as the minds, in the manners as we have indicated. It was much in the same way and manner that our hospital institutions and educational institutions of today would purge the individual from disease that wrecks body and mind, as well as the preparation of the individual through the educational forces for the perpetuation of the good, or the best, in the race. Although these readings were given years apart, the following extracts are grouped together because they all mention physicals that were accomplished in the Egyptian temples. In Atlantis, when young and old were being sent to other lands, brought with others understanding to those in Egyptian land as to the activities in which there might be, and became later, a unifying of purpose. In the teachings of the priest, in that experience, as to how, through the activities of the Temple of Sacrifice as well as the Temple Beautiful, bodies as well as minds were prepared for the special service in given directions in their relationships with the material, the mental, the spiritual affairs of men. In Atlantean land, when groups were being sent to other lands for various purpose, among those coming to Egypt, with establishing of Temple of Sacrifice entities set about to use truths and tenets that had been part of Atlantean experience, these used as suggestions, with elements and drugs used as sedatives for activities in Temple of Sacrifice, or for surgery in preparing individuals for definite services by removal of those things that would cause one to become different-minded because of the relationships to the activities in a pre-existence or pre-gariality of materiality. This extract and the following ones suggest that particular physical characteristics in one life may result from activities in a previous one. In Egypt, when individuals sought to prepare themselves for service to fellow men as a whole, aided in temple of sacrifice for cleansing of body of many from appendages that hindered or took hold upon those things that had been a part of the old disturbances among men, helped in regeneration of people through tenets of priest and Atlanteans. Evidently, it was possible to produce radical physical changes in the initiates in these temples, and some of these changes in individuals were to have an influence on future generations. In Egypt, during correlation of activities of natives, priest and Atlanteans, entity part Egyptian, part Atlantean, associated with activities when there was the preparing and presenting of ways and manners in which the race might be changed. In Egypt, during a period of restoring of order with return of priest, born of those people of pure race, for definite activities in temple beautiful and temple of sacrifice. The next reading also refers to the institutions in Egypt where mental and physical changes were effected. In Egypt, at time of turmoils and strife between natives, household of king, and those entering from Atlantean land, later with re-establishment of priest-aided in temple beautiful and temple of sacrifice, in hospitalization and interpretations of those things, in their mental relationships to those that had through sacrifice rid themselves of those things that were still as appendages. Still these materializations of matter as associated with the physical body. This period must have been one of great progress and one filled with hope and joy for the things or slaves. The scientific knowledge of the Atlanteans was turned to constructive purposes and applied in these Egyptian temples, enabling the slaves or things to rid themselves of mental and physical hindrances to their development. In Egypt during period of reconstruction, active in temple of sacrifice, active in using those things presented by Atlanteans where electrical forces, as termed in the present, were used as means for removal of forms of appendages, and those things that caused reactions in the brain, forces of the body. An Atlantean who came to Egypt helped some of the people to throw off the appendages or hindrances of the animal forces, aided many people of many tongues and many lands, aided preparation for those going into temple of sacrifice and temple beautiful. Not only were the individuals who went through these temples changed, but their children were also. In Egypt, offspring of those who had entered temple of sacrifice, chosen by priest as well as by king's followers and followers of Atlanteans, entity, an example of what might be outcome of such preparations before period of conception. The preceding extracts may sound fantastic, but no more so than the headlines of November 20, 1966. The Virginian Pilot, in its Lighthouse section, carried a full-page article about experiments being conducted on the human brain with electricity and chemicals. The subtitle of the article asks, "Is mind control the next step in human evolution?" The article describes how enraged animals were suddenly rendered tranquil with electrical impulses to the brain. Withdrawn mental patients with tiny electrical wires inserted into their brains were made aware of the world. Depressed persons had their emotions, impulses, and moods changed in a similar manner. Research is proceeding at a pace that will make present brainwashing techniques and effects seem like child's play. The control of the chemical and electrical activity of the brain, the article asserts, offers the possibilities of overcoming mental illness, retraining damaged minds, helping the retarded to learn, enhancing human intelligence to undreamed of height, and freeing humans from harmful emotions. But it could also fashion a prison for mankind and standardize behavior to the point of slavery. These last few sentences from a 1966 newspaper sound almost like the Edgar Cayce readings describing the control of things in Atlantis. Why not? For if reincarnation is a fact, the techniques are simply being rediscovered by their originators. The same article quotes Dr. Heath of Tulare University. With the use of chemical brain control agents, it may be possible to control the individual and the masses, and to do this unobtrusively and without the active cooperation of the victims. Not a question of the future, it is here. The following extract sounds as if a similar technique was used in Atlantis. Among those that were set upon to apply their abilities in relationship to the various conditions that were to be brought about, to impel a people to submit to the influences that might be brought to bear. Although the Virginian pilot article is a recent one, it is by no means the only one. In October 1956, the Cleveland Press carried an article entitled "Scientist Sees Human Robots with Built-in Brains." Curtis R. Schaefer, a project engineer with Norton Kiat Corporation, warned that someday tiny radios placed in the brain may make possible the enslavement of entire nations. Such equipment might enable the blind to see by inducing electric currents in the optic nerves. On the other hand, such research might be used to equip a child with a socket mounted under the scalp, from which electrodes extended to selected areas of the brain. Later, a miniature radio receiver and antenna could be plugged into the socket. Schaefer says, from that time on, the child's sensory perceptions and muscular activity could be either modified or completely controlled by bioelectric signals radiated from state-controlled transmitters. The once human being would be the cheapest of machines to create and operate. Another article in the Virginian Pilot, November 27, 1966, describes a technique that approaches even closer to what may have occurred long ago in Atlantis, when humans became entangled in matter. The article, "Clones Shadow Human Race," quotes Professor Joshua Lederberg, a Nobel Prize-winning geneticist, as saying that it may soon be possible to propagate people the way we propagate roses. By taking the equivalent of cuttings, this would make it possible to create dozens or hundreds of identical individuals. The essential features of the technique have already been demonstrated in frogs and may someday be achieved in higher animals. The procedure would be to take a nucleus from the cell of an individual it is desired to duplicate and implant it into a human ovary cell, would then be implanted into the womb to develop. The normal fertilized egg contains genetic material from both parents, but the cell nucleus from any tissue in an individual's body contains the complete genetic blueprint belonging to him. Thus, by using this as a cutting from which to propagate a new individual, an identical twin should result. Professor Lederberg says these possibilities raise questions about what we understand as human identity and individuality. Human clones, as such a propagated strain of genetically identical people would be called, might be able to communicate with exceptional ease, as identical twins can. Organs might be transplanted from one to another without difficulty. However, such clones would find themselves in an evolutionary rut, suitable for only one specialized role. So clone propagation would have to be supplemented by conventional propagation to maintain genetic variability. Such procedures might be irresistible for breeders of racehorses and prize cattle, but, says Lederberg, biological discoveries may lead into still stranger territory. Lederberg sounds like an old Atlantean when he says, it may become possible to incorporate part of a human nucleus into the germ cell of some animal, say a gorilla, which might produce various subhuman hybrids. Let us leave these troublesome thoughts, which may be the brainchildren of reincarnated Atlanteans, and look at the extracts describing the positive efforts of the Atlanteans and the teachings of the priest Ra in Egypt. The following extract mentions Atlanteans coming into Egypt and indicates that good results were obtained from the rehabilitation of individuals in the Egyptian temples. The cooperation of the Egyptians and Atlanteans resulted in benefits to mankind in general. In Atlantis, entity was the one who received the messages as to the needs of the dividing of the children of the law of one, for the preservation of the truths of the same in other lands, among those directors of expeditions, to Egypt, Pyrenees, and to Yucatan and land of Og, just before breaking up of the Atlantean land. Later, with the revivifying of the teachings of the Atlanteans, the Egyptians, as they would be called today, the Indians, the Indochinans, the Mongoloids, and the Aryan peoples. All these were activities of the entity, for he was the messenger or message bearer, or means through which the transmissions of messages were set up. The three extracts which follow were given months and years apart, but they probably refer to this same period. They also suggest that world travel is a much older happening than is commonly supposed. One of Atlanteans that came into Egypt, aided in quelling the people, bringing reason, bringing concerted activity among rulers and those in power, politically and religiously, among not only in Egypt but to many lands to which emissaries were sent. Among young Atlanteans brought into Egypt, acted as secretary to priest, instructing those going out for service in other lands. In Atlantean land, when there were those activities that changed the dwellings of the peoples, among the younger of those who came into Egypt, mentions united efforts of Atlanteans and Egyptians in establishing hospitalization and medical care. Entity was what would today be called a psychoanalyst. Not only Atlantean came into Egypt at this time. A Persian who came into Egypt at time of Reconstruction, an instructor or helper of those things, or automatons as would be called today. To a better understanding, the following extracts from Egyptian rather than Atlantean incarnations mention the rebellion, the Reconstruction period, and the return of the priest. In Egypt during time of rebellion and turmoil between priest and king. Goes on to say that with re-establishment of priest, a unity of effort resulted from the combining of the teachings of the priest Rata and the teachings of those from Atlantis, India, Mongolia, Carpathia, in Egyptian land. When there was the reestablishment of the priest, as well as analyzing and stabilizing of the tenets from the Atlantean groups, and the classifying and dividing of peoples into various services in the activities during that expanding, developing period, among healers or developments in which there was the compounding of elements of mineral kingdom as applied to human ills, disfigurements, or disturbances in the body. The following extracts indicate the activities of this period, the work with groups of people done in the temples. They emphasize the mental and physical changes wrought upon individuals and groups. Changes that not only enabled these people to live a more productive life, but brought them closer to the creative forces or God. In Egypt at time of Reconstruction, and in the temples of the sun, and in so oft filmed industrial and science films as Isle and Temple of Sacrifice, and entrance of Atlantean and those from other lands, a recorder of influences that brought physical and mental changes in groups. In Egypt, during time of cooperation between king, priest, and Atlanteans, aided in setting up procedures for cleansing and remaking bodies for greater service. Entity, purified in Temple of Sacrifice, helped establish homes for those thus cleansed. In Egypt, during period of turmoils and strife, when those people who had settled in the land attempted to build for the people round about an understanding of the relationship of man to fellow man, of man to the creative forces. As the following reading indicates, some of the Atlanteans questioned the activities of this Egyptian priest, who was recalled from banishment to a position of leadership and power, but later, when his purposes were understood, they joined in helping him. In Egyptian land during those periods of reconstruction, when the banishment of the priest was at an end, and there were many entering from the Atlantean land, the entity was an Atlantean who questioned the priest, as many of those who were active in that experience, yet later becoming a helper in that, needed for the classifying of the activities, both as to the activities of the entity's own people and the Egyptians, as well the priest's people who sojourned there. The following extracts have been collected from a number of life readings mentioning Egyptian incarnation. These individuals seem to have lived at this period of reconstruction in Egypt, and to have been associated with the priest Ra-Ta, or some Atlanteans. Some had Atlantean parents. In Egypt at time of reconstruction, among Atlanteans born in that land, when there was the choosing of individuals to fulfill certain stations or places in the distribution of the ideals pertaining to preparation for better living and better facilities, entity attempted to reconstruct for many of those peoples the various manners of conveniences through the use of unseen powers or forces, or the chemical and electrical energies. In Egypt, among offspring of Atlanteans, worked in hospitals and with ills of body and mind, of Atlantean people born in Egypt at time of correlating teachings of various lands, helped establish customs of dress and headwear. Some were of mixed parentage. In Egypt, keeper of records of schools, recreation halls, preparation of people for their activities, whether in mines, fields, art, trade, etc., this at time when there was the preparation of people to become emissaries, teachers, etc., of those things that had been gathered, when there had been the correlating of tenets from various lands. Entity was offspring of Atlanteans, as associated with natives of the land. Others were Egyptians. In Egypt, when tempering as it were between king, priest, and people from Atlantean land, active in temple beautiful and temple of sacrifice, what would be called cartoonist or artist, one who drew those things that might build character, purposes, desires, and individual activities of individuals, as well as those things that presented manners for others to follow. In Egypt, keeper of granaries at time of re-establishment of relations between priest, king, the Atlanteans, and people of other lands. Grain was exchanged for perfumes, spices, gold, and animals from other lands. In Egypt, a time of settlement of strife through activities of Atlanteans, a historian, a keeper of records for advancement and development. In Egypt, a time of correlation of teachings of Atlanteans and those of other lands, as a counselor distributed knowledge for protection of food, protection from droughts, etc. In Egypt, at time of reconstruction, a massive fortress was also known as the temple, which is known as the most powerful weapon of magic in ancient Egypt. In Egypt, when people of Atlantean land came in, bringing laws for use of forces of nature for man's convenience, associated with activities in which individuals were fitted for special service owing to their individual development, head of department of what you would call education or commerce. The next few suggest that cooperation of various groups in Egypt produced an enlightened people who attempted to spread their knowledge throughout the world. The readings indicate contact and trade with many lands, particularly China, India, and Indochina. In Egyptian land, during period of reconstruction, when there was a coalition between king, priest, and Atlanteans, as well as teachings from Gobi and land of Sade, aided in preparation of individuals for betterment of race and vocational guidance. In Egypt, when enemies sent to other lands because of activities of priests, natives, and Atlanteans, entity went to Golden City, rose to power in land, not Gobi, but nearby in what is now Siam or Indochina. The next three extracts refer to the dissemination of spiritual teachings and to the development of commerce and trade on a worldwide scale. In Egypt, during upbuilding of land, when natives and Atlanteans were making associations with other nations, not only commercial but mental and spiritual. In Egypt, when there were the reuniting of the efforts of the king, the priest, and those people from the Atlantean land to become a commercial as well as a religious influence in affairs of known world entity. Among natives raised to power by the king, aided in advancing commercial activities and friendships between those of other lands. In Egypt, during periods when there were the givings to others, those things that had become tenets in the activities of those that had followed the building up of what might be termed one of the greater civilizations, or periods of approach of man to maker and ability to manifest same in earth. Little need of physical labor, yet this became a stumbling block. Understood little of what was taught by Atlanteans, learned from natives and from Syrians, and Chaldean that had come into land, among those that cleansed themselves through fires of the temple service, aided and counseled emissaries to other lands. I call your attention again to the consistency of the Edgar Cayce life readings. Readings given years apart for different individuals may be linked to the same period in history by their corroboration of detail describing this particular period. When did all of this take place? Each of the following 4 extracts contain a date. In the one before this, we find in that fair country of Alta or Pisidia proper, in the household of the ruler of that country. This we find nearly 10,000 years before the Prince of Peace came. In the one before this, we find in that period when the first understanding of the relation between the all-creative energy to the putting aside as filial and as penal laws among the people in the land now known as Egypt, and the time 10,500 years before the Prince of Peace came, as counted by men. The entity then in the name of Mium, and the entity waited on the priest, and the teacher that gave the lessons or laws that became rituals of the people's minds to aid in the understanding of the creative energy. In the division that arose, the entity sided first with the priest, then with the teacher and ruler, and had much to do with the reconciliation that made a united service in that period. In that period when the division arose in the land now known as Egypt, in time as counted 1050, 0 years before the Prince of Peace came into Egypt in person, the entity among those who were the builders in the physical sense of the homes and places and dwelling places of the people then in power, not as an architect, not as a laborer, rather as the overseer of those then labored, and representing both the native and the alien in their association one with another, and the reports of same to the peoples in power. Q5. What was the date of the actual beginning and ending of the construction of the Great Pyramid? A 5-fathom bore fell from the sky with 100 years in construction, begun and completed in the period of Ararart's time with Hermes and Ra. Q6. What was the date BC of that period? A 61049 0390 before the Prince of Peace entered Egypt. There are Aryan number of life readings that mention records of Atlantean civilization. These records, according to the readings, were carried from Atlantis to Egypt, and an undiscovered pyramid stilled them. There are indications that these records may be discovered in the not-too-distant future, and such a discovery would rank as one of the greatest in history. The legend of Atlantis would have to be reclassified as fact. Let us look at the numerous references to these records and their locations. The readings mentioning them seem to refer to the period just discussed, some 10,000 years BC. This was also about the time the priest Ra, Edgar Cayce, was recalled from banishment. It was about then that the final destruction of Atlantis occurred, and many Atlanteans came into Egypt. In Atlantean land and household of the king before the destruction, assisted Alta the scribe in preparing a history of the land. Also at this time there was contention between those of one faith and those of idol worship. Yalta, 3900. May 27th, 1933. In Atlantean land before the final destruction, when the priest came from Egypt to Pisidia to gain understanding of law of one, or God, that there might be records carried back to Egypt. The entity returned with the priest, became embroiled in Egyptian politics, pitting of young king against royal native Arat. Entity made Egypt his home. Rebellions continued in Atlantis. Many Atlanteans made exodus to Egypt. Entity aided the Egyptians in chemistry, building, economics, commerce, labor, etc. Arts in the broader sense, music, workers in metals and precious stones. Entity had charge of records brought from Atlantis to Egypt. In Atlantean, land of Posidian peoples, when there was the breaking up of the land, among those who came first to Pyrenees and then to Egypt, active in preserving records using powers called in the present natural sources or electrical forces for propelling vehicles, ships, and for conveniences and communications. In Posedia, before final breaking up, controlled activities regarding communications with many lands. The flying boats that moved through the air or water were means whereby entity carried many to Iberian land, later to Egypt when it was determined that the records were to be kept there, found land in turmoil, later with return of priests, finally joined with movements for preparation of people for the regeneration of the bodies of things in that period. Again, active in communications. Note that readings given as much as 10 years apart mention records of Atlanteans preserved in Egypt. These records are referred to in numerous other individual life readings, given months and years apart. Edgar Cayce intimated that they may one day be uncovered. In Egypt at time of coalition of natives, king, priest, Atlanteans, etc., entity among natives in authority as counselor to various groups and historian of that to be preserved, native and Atlantean. Among Atlanteans who came into Egypt for preserving records and promises of Atlantean development, with recall of priest rose to power when there was the union of service and activity toward worship of one God. Before that, the entity was in the Egyptian land, among the Atlanteans who came in with those peoples in authority. For there the entity was one who personally cared for the records that were brought by the leaders of that people for preservation, in that portion of man's experience in the earth. For one living in the 10500 BC period, activities of entities sojourned, then still preserved in the Hall of Records there. In Egypt designed many edifices, especially those in which Atlanteans preserved their records, also record house of priests. Entity in the Atlantean and Egyptian land, among those who came into the Egyptian experience for preserving the records of those activities, became a supervisor of the excavations, in studying the old records and in preparing and building the house of records for the Atlanteans, as well as a part of the house initiate. Entity aided the priest in the preparation of the manner of building the temple of records that lies just beyond that enigma that still is the mystery of mysteries to those who seek to know what were the manners of thought of the ancient sons who made man beast as a part of the consciousness. The last extract suggests that this pyramid or house of records was located in the vicinity of the Sphinx. Another reading confirms this and says further that similar records exist or existed in other parts of the world. It also contains a prophecy about land rising in the Atlantic Ocean. Before that, we find the entity was in the Atlantean land, when there were the constructive activities of the children of the Law of One, during the periods when the land was being broken up. We find that the entity was the leading influence for the considering of ways and means in which there would be the preserving of records from the destruction of the lands. It would be well if this entity were to seek either of the three phases of the ways and means in which those records of the activities of individuals were preserved, the one in the Atlantean land that sank, which will rise and is rising again, another in the place of the records that leadeth from the Sphinx to the Hall of Records in the Egyptian land, and another in the Aryan or Yucatan land, where the temple there is overshadowing the same. There are other references indicating that these records may be discovered soon. Before that, the entity was in the Atlantean land, when there were those periods necessitating the exodus because of the destructive forces being used by the children of Belial. The entity was a priestess in the Law of One, and among those who came into the Egyptian land as the elders in those groups for preserving the records, as well as for preserving a portion of that race, that peoples. With the periods of the reconstruction after the return of the priest, the entity joined with those who were active in putting the records in forms that were partially of the old characters of the ancient or early Egyptian and part in the newer form of the Atlanteans. This may be found, especially when the house or tomb of records is opened, in a few years from now. 3 more readings mention the possible or even probable discovery of these records. In Egypt, during the building of many tombs that are being found today, aided in the construction of the Hall of Records, yet to be uncovered. In the Atlantean land, when there was the knowledge through the teachers and leaders of the Law of One of the coming destruction of the Atlantean or Pisidian land, the entity journeyed from Atlantis or Pisidia first to the Pyrenees or Portugal land, later to the Egyptian land, or to the degrading of people into madness, leading to the building of new cities. Amid most of these events, it was the high engines that failed to fully recover, destroying the people from whom it was fabricated. Was among the first to set the records that are yet to be discovered or yet to be had of those activities in the Atlantean land, and for the preservation of data that is yet to be found from the chambers of the way between the Sphinx and the Pyramid of Records. In Egypt, of the Atlantean who set about to preserve records, the entity came with those groups who were to establish the Hall of Records or House of Records, and may directly or indirectly be among those who will yet bring these to light. Another reading offers more definite data on the location of these records and the type of information recorded. Also, it again prophesies the rising of land in the Atlantic, land that was once Atlantis. The entity Hepsuft led in keeping of the records and buildings that were put in their respective places at this time. This was in the period, as given, of 10500, years before the entering of the Prince of Peace in the land, to study, to become an initiate in or through those same activities that were set up by Hepsuft in this dedication ceremony. Q2. Give in detail what the sealed room contains. It ticked a record of Atlantis from the beginning of those periods when the spirit took form, or began the encasements in that land, and the developments of the peoples throughout their sojourn, together with the record of the first destruction and the changes that took place in the land, with the record of the sojournings of the peoples and their varied activities in other lands, and a record of the meetings of all the nations or lands for the activities in the destruction of Atlantis, and the building of the Pyramid of Initiation, together with whom, what, and where the opening of the records would come, that are as copies from the sunken Atlantis, for with the change it and you must rise again. In position, this lies. As the sun rises from the waters, as the line of the shadows, or light falls between the paws of the Sphinx, that was set later as the sentinel or guard, and which may not be entered from the connecting chambers from the Sphinx's right paw until the time has been fulfilled, when the changes must be active in the sphere of man's experience. Then, it lies on the shore of the lake. Although the Nile River is now a good distance from the Sphinx, at the time the Pyramid of Records was built, it may have been much closer, as indicated by some ancient maps. In addition to this tomb of records with its history of Atlantean civilization, there are readings indicating that records of individuals mentioned in life readings may be found in Egypt. The 4, that we find the entity was in that land now known as the Egyptian and among the Abyssinian people that were especially influenced by those of the Atlantean land. The entity joined rather with those that had come from the Atlantean land, making of self then a priestess, and there still may be seen in some of the mountain fastnesses of that land, particularly in the upper Nile, where there were those activities in the mountain. The images of the entity may be found near the entrance to the tombs there. Then the name was I.E. Ipis Lai, and the hieroglyphics will be found like this: the ibex, Ipislak the bird of same, the horn-headed man, the ibex turned in the opposite direction, the sacred bull of Ipis, the hooded man as of the Ethiopian people, the cross, the serpent, the symbol of the entity throughout its experience, as the bees turn towards each other, or one upright with two loops on either side of same, with the serpent head two ways from the top of same. It would be interesting to search the area mentioned in this reading to see if symbols of the kind described could be found. The following extract tells about a particular individual's life during the period under consideration and ends on a note of prophecy. Before this, the entity was in the Egyptian land when there were those turmoils and trials, when there was the returning of the priest. The entity was acquainted and associated with the priest, as well as those banished with the priest, also with those in authority from the Atlantean land. In Atlantis, the entity learned the most, but in Egypt was the greater period of activity, in the compiling of data, and portions of that as may yet be uncovered in the pyramids will be found to have been put there by the entity Al. Besides the records in Egypt, there are references to a contemporary civilization in the Mongoloid or Gobi land. For those who want to go treasure hunting, here is a clue. We find the entity there made use of the metal known as iron, or the combinations of iron and copper, which have long since been removed from use in the present, or copper so tempered by the use of same with a little of the iron, or in its formation in such a way and manner as to be hardened by the abilities for same to be used, much in the way that many of those combinations have been found in the Egyptian, in the Peruvian, and portions of the Chaldean lands, and more will be found in the Indo-Chisan city yet to be uncovered. In what is called the Gobi land entity was priestess in the temple of gold that is yet to be unearthed. In the land called the Mongoloid or Gobi, among those princesses of that land, and there may yet be uncovered in the temple of gold an image of the entity wrought in pure gold in the temple of same. Let us see what we have learned from piecing together information from a number of individual life readings dealing with incarnations during the period of Egyptian prehistoria, from 1,200 to 1,300 years ago. A leader Arart from the Caucasian region came into Egypt with his people prior to 1050 BC and conquered it. The Great Pyramid of Giza and the Sphinx were built during the rule of his son Arart. With these invaders came a priest, Retat, who attempted to organize religious practices. At about the same time, Egypt was being flooded by refugees from sinking Atlantis. The priest, having become involved in political machinations and consequently a native rebellion, was banished for several years to what later became Abyssinia. However, he was recalled to aid in correlating the activities of the rulers in power, the native Egyptians and the incoming Atlanteans. Under the influence of the priest Ra-Ta and with the help of the Atlanteans, there began a period of material and spiritual development in Egypt, and efforts were made to spread this enlightened culture over the known world. Records yet to be discovered of the Atlanteans and their civilization were preserved in Egypt. Is there any evidence at all back up Edgar Cayce's statements about a pre-dynastic Egyptian civilization? Does anyone really know when the Sphinx and the Great Pyramid were built? Has anyone done any research or conducted any investigations that would establish what Edgar Cayce said about this period as having a factual basis? Or conversely, disprove it altogether? Yes, some research has been done. It was done by a young woman at her own expense, and therefore was financially limited. However, a preliminary report is available on file at ARRR's headquarters in Virginia Beach. She studied many Edgar Cayce life readings, as well as Egyptian history, and finally went to Egypt to talk to archaeologists and look in museums. In this report, she compared her findings with data in the Edgar Cayce life readings. It certainly accents the need for further investigation. Miss Blank found that the pyramid texts by Samuel B. Mercer refers to the possible northeastern origin of Re and his followers, perhaps from the Caucasus, and to the characteristics of these leader gods, an intellectually and culturally advanced people who settled in the apex of the delta. On October 20, 1934, the Literary Digest contained a report by Petrie concerning evidence he found of repeated invasions into Egypt from the Caucasus area, commencing near the beginning of Egypt's history. A number of life readings have described the physical appearance of some of the people in Egypt at this 105000 BC period. Many are characterized as having blue or gray eyes and fair hair. Most Egyptians are thought of as being dark-skinned, with dark eyes and dark hair. Miss Blank says that in a tomb between the Sphinx and the Pyramid of Giza is a wall painting of a woman with yellow hair. This hair color has puzzled many archaeologists. In the Cairo Museum is a small wooden statue with painted blue eyes. Several other statues have blue-gray eyes. There are 4 heads with Caucasian features in this same museum. A couple of life readings referring to this early Egyptian period mention robes worn by the priests. The robes of the priest would be blue-gray, with the hooded portion back from the head, while about the waist would be a cord of gold color with a purple tassel or one of the tassels showing. In the Cairo Museum, Miss Blank found a small wooden statue and a large limestone statue wearing what is described as an unusual dress, a type of robe rather than the kilts Egyptians usually wore in the Old Kingdom period. Miss Blank copied a number of names given in the life readings. Among these were Arkar, supposedly buried in a tomb near the Sphinx, Isi, whose name, according to a life reading, may be found on many of the inner shrines, Hermes, who, according to the readings, was the architect of the Great Pyramid. She discovered in Bibliography 3 Memphis by Porter and Moss that tomb 7101 in the East Cemetery between the Great Pyramid and the Sphinx is that of Kar. According to Mrs. Magud, an English Egyptologist now at Abydos, the name of Isi can be found inscribed on many of the inner shrines. In Howard Weiss's Pyramids of Gizeh, Volume 2, in the section on Arab historian al-Makir's version, quote, other writers also credit Hermes as being the architect of the Great Pyramid. Ibn Battuta celebrated the architect of the Great Pyramid to preserve sciences during the flood. Wadi. Hermes built the pyramid. Hermes and his wife reigned in the 2 pyramids. Seitzarar. Pyramids built by Hermes. Isis, the treatise on the Egyptian pyramids. By S.L. Siyuti quotes from Al-Damishji. Some say Hermes built the pyramids. Miss Blank notes that 2 life readings refer to early Egyptian writing. In those periods, the entity persuaded many to attempt activities that would preserve to the peoples what would be in the present termed recipes, or placards and drawings and the like that were the first intents brought to the Egyptian peoples. To be sure, not to the Atlanteans, but to the natives and those who had joined there to preserve such records, and the first attempt to make for a written language. The following, which has been quoted before, is repeated because of the reference to the character of early Egyptian writing. With the periods of reconstruction after the return of the priest, the entity joined with those who were active in putting the records in forms that were partially of the old characters of the ancient or early Egyptians and part in the newer form of the Atlanteans. These may be found, especially when the house or tomb of records is opened, in a few years from now. The American Journal of Archaeology, 1952, states that In the large stone mastaba of Bursan is a subsidiary tomb with unusual hieroglyphics and rare word forms carved on the doors. Weiss's Pyramids of Gizeh, Volume 1, contains this statement. In the upper relieving chamber above the king's chamber in the Great Pyramid are hieroglyphic marks difficult to decipher. Readings previously quoted indicate that the Sphinx was built a very long time ago, probably over 10,000 years BC. References are also made to a record chamber, not yet discovered, near the Sphinx. Miss Blank records the following from Excavations at Giza, Sphinx, Volume 8 by Dr. Salim Hassan, page 113. Concerning an inventory of catacombs, I have referenced a spectator from Dubai who was transfigured by the modern process of contribution. This stela claims the Temple of Isis, near the Great Pyramid, was found by Khufu and rebuilt by him, and also refers to repairs made on the Sphinx due to damage by lightning. If true, this would date both the temple and the Sphinx before Khufu, IV Dynasty, 2900 BC. This stela is dedicated to Isis, mistress to the pyramids, which is inexplicable by present theories as Khufu is considered the first king to have built a pyramid in this area. Some consider this inventory stela a copy or forgery. However, the repair measurements given with regard to the Sphinx correspond with scar measurements still visible. Also, references to the location of the House of Osiris in relation to the House of Isis and the Sphinx were accurate, and the House of Osiris was found as described. Miss Blank examined the Sphinx and found that the inner contours of the two forepaws had been filled in with large limestone block, which are visible where the outer double casing of brickwork is incomplete. The right hind paw can also be seen to be completely composed of similar large limestone blocks. According to Mrs. Megad, who was working with Dr. Hassan when he cleared the sand from the site, there were large limestone blocks in the rear of the body where the tail begins. These were not examined but covered with brickwork, nor were the other blocks examined. Due east of the Sphinx, on the other side of the road leading to the Great Pyramid, is a small sandhill. Abdey Salam investigated it, but did not continue far enough west. He found some blackened limestone that seemed to be part of an old kingdom facade, which he thought might have come from a small temple. Since there was supposed to have been a small pyramid over the spot where the record chamber was, this may or may not be indicative. Miss Blank concludes her report. The evidence, though slight and not conclusive, is promising. The visual evidence alone is sufficient as a basis for a more thorough examination, because there is no known record of such. Dr. Selim Hassan cleared the sand from the Sphinx and repaired damaged parts, but he removed no stones. There is almost no contemporary information on the Sphinx. Who built it and why is still mainly conjecture. Foundation deposits containing such information were usually placed under most temples, so possibly some such might be found under one of the large limestone blocks composing the paws. There is no complete study of the Sphinx available. Such a reference work is needed and would constitute a valuable contribution to Egyptology. Miss Blank, since her first trip to Egypt, has returned to California for additional courses in early Egyptian history. She subsequently returned to Egypt for further archaeological explorations, but her work was interrupted by the Middle East crisis. Chapter 6. The Shadow of Atlantis. Many people find it difficult to accept the possibility that the advanced civilization of Atlantis, described by Edgar Cayce, could have existed and then disappeared with so little trace. However, a little reflection shows that this is not as impossible as it first seems. Less than 100 years ago, only science fiction writers could conceive of such things as television, atomic submarines, and the hydrogen bomb. Wonder drugs and regular jet flights to Europe. In the last 50 years, many nations have disappeared in the chaos of 2 world wars. Many new ones have arisen. If one considers the dependence of our present civilization on transportation and electric power, it is easy to see that an atomic war, while it might not end civilization entirely, could literally blast mankind back to the Stone Age. Records exist of mighty civilizations of the past that have risen and fallen as a result of much less catastrophic events than those that befell Atlantis. It is probable that in another 5,000 years, even their names will be forgotten. Thus, it is not so strange that a country whose very land area lies at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean and whose last inhabitants mixed with other nations over 12,000 years ago should leave little trace. What is truly remarkable is that even a legend remains to mark the demise of what must have been an extraordinary nation, one similar in many ways to our own. It is this similarity that is stressed in the Edgar Cayce life readings, for the same people are reincarnating again at this time. The urges, talents, and abilities of Atlanteans are manifested in individuals today. To return to the two individuals past Atlanteans mentioned at the beginning of this book, the same sort of thing is happening on a grand scale in our world today. In the last 50 years, there has been more scientific advancement than in all recorded history. Why this sudden spurt? The death rays and terrible crystals described in the Edgar Cayce life readings sound as much like modern lasers and atomic power plants as it would have been possible to describe in the early 20s and 30s, when many of these readings were given. The slaves, automatons, or things described in the Atlantean life readings seem to have returned to haunt the world in the underprivileged, uneducated, uncared-for masses of humanity. Here in America, where scientific development has reached its greatest peaks, the race problem has come into sharpest focus. In Atlantis, man faced a choice between following the sons of the law of one, meaning his realization of his relationship to God, and the sons of Belial, meaning the use of his creative powers for self-aggrandizement. Then the strife among men brought physical destruction in the earth. Now man is again being forced to choose between selfishness and unselfishness. Man now has in his hands the capacity for a better life for himself. He can use his scientific knowledge to improve the lot of all. He also has in his hands the means to bring about world destruction rivaling that of Atlantis. There are some indications in the readings that future destruction and changes may come from natural causes. One was given in 1940 and the other in 1943. Posidia will be among the first portions of Atlantis to rise again, expected 68 and 69, not so far away. In Atlantis, in the period of the first upheavals and destruction that came to the land, as must in the next generation to come to other land. Funk and Wagnall's dictionary gives a definition of a generation as a step or degree in natural descent, the period between successive steps in natural descent, usually taken as 30 years in humans. Webster's dictionary gives a similar definition, the ordinary period of time at which one rank follows another, or father is succeeded by child, usually taken to be about 33 years. Reading 32092 was given in 1943, suggesting that by 1976 there will be upheavals and destruction in some existing land areas. Presumably this will have had at least its beginning in 19689. These upheavals and changes may refer to volcanic or earthquake activity that will result in the appearance of Atlantis. Archaeological explorations of this land would then be possible. Here are things one can watch for. Perhaps the next generation will see the question of Atlantis answered conclusively. Unfortunately, some rather drastic Earth changes are predicted during the next 30 to 40 years, some probably beginning in the near future. As to the changes physical, again, the Earth will be broken up in the western portion of America. The greater portion of Japan must go into the sea. The upper portion of Europe will be changed as in the twinkling of an eye. Land will appear off the east coast of America. There will be upheavals in the Arctic and in the Antarctic that will make for the eruption of volcanoes in the torrid areas, and there will be the shifting then of the poles, so that where there have been those of a frigid or semi-tropical will become the more tropical, and moss and fern will grow. And these will begin in those periods in 58 to 98, when these will be proclaimed as the periods when his light will be seen again in the clouds. 3, 9, 7, 6, 1, 5, January 19th, 1934. Q12. How soon will the changes in the Earth's activity begin to be apparent? A12. When there is the first breaking up of some conditions in the South Sea, that's South Pacific to be sure, and those as apparent in the sinking or arising of that which is almost opposite to it, or in the Mediterranean and the Etna area, then we may know it has begun. Will there be any physical changes in the Earth's surface in North America? If so, what sections will be affected and how? A14. All over the country, we will find many physical changes of a minor or greater degree. The greater change, as we will find, in America, will be the North Atlantic seaboard. Watch New York. As to conditions in the geography of the world, of the country, changes here are gradually coming about. Many portions of the East Coast will be disturbed, as well as many portions of the West Coast, as well as the central portion of the United States. In the next few years, lands will appear in the Atlantic as well as in the Pacific, and what is the coastline now of many a land will be bed of the ocean. Even many of the battlefields of the present will be ocean, will be the seas, the bays, the lands over which the new order will carry on their trade as one with another. Portions of the now east coast of New York, or New York City itself, will in the main disappear. This will be another generation, though, here, while the southern portions of Carolina, Georgia, these will disappear. This will be much sooner. The waters of the lakes will empty into the Gulf at Rockhab Sea, rather than the waterway over which such discussions have been recently made. But the area where the entity is now located will be among the safety lands, as will be portions of what is now Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois, and much of the southern portion of Canada and the eastern portion of Canada. While the western land, much of that is to be disturbed in this land, and of course, much in other lands. The earth will be broken up in many places. The early portion will see a change in the physical aspect of the west coast of America. There will be open waters in the northern portion of Greenland. There will be new lands seen off the Caribbean Sea, and dry land will appear. South America shall be shaken from the uppermost portion to the end, and in the Antarctic off Tierra del Fuego, land and a strait with rushing waters. These statements are all about future events. They certainly offer a means for future generations to check the accuracy of this portion of the Edgar Cayce readings. In fact, many people living today may witness some of these events. How do these predictions relate to Atlantis? Many people today were Atlanteans who lived to see their country being broken up physically. Many of these same people may go through a similar experience in the years ahead. In considering what has been said about Atlantis, it is important to remember that the picture here presented does not come from what Edgar Cayce said in merely one or two readings. The information was gleaned from over 650 life readings, which were given over a period of 21 years. These life readings were mainly for the benefit of the individuals concerned, and dealt also with incarnations other than Atlantean. One might say the information contained in these readings concerning Atlantis is incidental, yet the internal consistency and chronological sequence of this Atlantean information is amazing. These points, together with the fact that the accuracy of Edgar Cayce's physical diagnoses, the physical readings, has been verified beyond question, are thought-provoking to say the least. If Edgar Cayce is right, many people are living today who lived in one or more of the eras of Atlantean disturbances. The problems facing individuals and nations now are not very different from those these same individuals and similar nations faced in the past. We all have another choice, another chance to improve our lot. We may make this choice as a nation or as individuals, or both. I believe in free will and do not think that the future is fixed. There are many people who have been warned of possible future disasters, in dreams, for example, and who took heed and avoided the disaster. There is a classic example in the book of Jonah in the Bible of a whole city repenting and being spared the wrath of God. If man, on a national and individual level, can become aware of his true nature and his relationship to God, he may be able to avoid repeating past mistakes. I have heard Hugh Lynn Case, director of the ARR, say that the effect of the philosophy expressed in the Edgar Cayce readings on individuals is the most valuable part of the work of the Association for Research and Enlightenment. Each person must decide for himself whether or not contact with this work has changed his life in any way or made him a better individual by expanding his consciousness. Edgar Cayce's work brought him fame, but not fortune. He was never wealthy or even well-to-do. I remember thinking many times that if I could just have some of life's luxuries, I might get along without the necessities. This worried Edgar Cayce, and his family sometimes. He was human, and in the process of helping others, it seemed natural that he should ask why he couldn't help himself materially. In fact, he once turned to the readings with this very question. In consideration of the fact that Edgar Cayce is devoting his entire time to work, give the reason for his not being able to obtain sufficient financial support for him and his family's material sustenance, and how may he, Edgar Cayce, correct this conditions. Live closer to him who giveth all good and perfect gifts, and ask and ye shall receive, knock and it shall be opened unto you, give and it shall be returned fourfold. Give, 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 if you would receive. There has never been the lack of necessities, neither will there be, so long as adhering to the Lord's way is kept first and foremost. A quotation from another reading says, "Most of us think we need a great deal more than we do. I am not depressed. I am very unemployed." These same problems perplex us today. To quote the Virginian pilot of June 21, 1963, do we need everything we want? Probably not. And probably the wishing and worrying we expend yearning for things we want but don't really need detracts considerably from our sense of well-being. Nearly all Americans can meet basic needs. Even those on minimum pensions in retirement have a roof over their heads, sufficient food and clothing, some sort of medical care, access to a television set, and enough left over for an occasional ice cream soda. But instead of enjoying these minimum gifts, which would be regarded as maximum blessings by millions in other parts of the world, many choose to enumerate and contemplate the things they lack and make themselves restless and discontented in the process. As we grow older and encounter a diminishing income, we must be practical in coping with the circumstances. Before spending our money on things which attract and appeal to us, we should get into the habit of asking whether or not we need it, or whether we merely want it. We go through life acquiring possessions that we must eventually leave here. How much better it would be to turn our attention to developing spiritual qualities that will abide with us throughout eternity. Such problems are the concern of thoughtful men. In 1959, Dr. Lawrence M. Gould, president of Carleton College in Minnesota, gave an address entitled "Why Men Survive." He pointed out that 19 out of 21 notable civilizations died from within. Dr. Gould said, "The greatest threat to ours is not atom bombs or guided missiles, but neglect of the spiritual forces that make us wish to be right and noble. He concluded, "If America is to grow great, we must stop gagging at the word spiritual. Our task is to rediscover and reassert our faith in the spiritual, non-utilitarian values on which American life has really rested from its beginning." Dr. Gould echoes some Edgar Cayce readings. I offer the following as an example of these. "What is your God? Are your ambitions only set in what you shall eat tomorrow, or wherewith you shall be clothed? You of little faith, little hope, that allow such to become paramount issues in your own consciousness. Know you not that you are His, for you are of His making? He has not willed that you should perish, but has left it with you as to whether you will ever become aware of your relationship with Him or not. Though there may be worlds, many universes, even solar systems greater than our own, the Earth is a mere speck when considered even with our own solar system. Yet, the soul of man, your soul, encompasses all in this solar system or in others. For we are joint heirs with the universal force we call God, if we seek to do His bidding." This philosophy is not intended as a sermon. Edgar Cayce never wanted to start a new cult or religion. Association for Research and Enlightenment members do not form a strange sect. The readings repeatedly say that the thought expressed should not pull you away from your church, but should make you a better Methodist, Presbyterian, Catholic, Jew, Mormon, or whatever you are. Edgar Cayce's philosophy is intended to expand your consciousness to broader and more rational concepts of your own faith, to help you discover your relationship to God. And here, I think, lies the greatest appeal of the Edgar Cayce. Life readings for individuals,